Welcome to our third sitting with the Donkey Kong Adventure expansion to Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle. In the previous session, we managed to get through the World 3 boss, only to discover that there is a Section 4 ahead, and we'll try to close that out today. It looks like we're barreling towards the finale, but that there are quite a few overworld puzzles that are available right off the top in this section instead of just getting you into the gate for the first round of combat immediately. So what we'll do is just explore this part a little bit, I think, and try to unlock some chests and collect some puzzle pieces. I don't know if we've missed anything so far in terms of collectibles, but we'll try to find that out as we go and figure out what we're sitting on by the end of this section. So yeah, it looks like you probably can just create a bridge here, which we'll do right away, almost certainly prematurely, but yeah, that raises that, and we'll just grab one chest and try to complete as many as we can. In previous worlds, we've seen these sets of 4 collectibles leading to one main collectible in a couple of different places. I think usually you get some things like skill points once you have unlocked a central area, so we'll definitely try to do that. We haven't plugged in new weapons or skill points yet after completing the previous section, and so that's something that we'll be looking to do once we get into the first battle. Also, where's this going? Oh wait, hang on, that's a different zone entirely. Something tells me I didn't want to come here yet. Or, oh no, this was the previous zone, yeah. That's where we finished the Chapter 3 battles. Okay, so let's do this part again. And just try to complete whatever we can. Looks like we'll eventually want to push 2 blocks down here once we've done something about this. And we'll need to create some way to get over to that side first. Probably by just looking at which color switches we're missing for the necessary bridges. Or actually, first we'll push something here and complete that. So, this will do the job. I think the stopping point is going to be all the way up here, so perhaps not until we circle it around this way, and then maybe we can push it in. Okay, let's try that. Oops. As we discovered from the flow puzzle in the previous stream, sometimes the trick here is mostly just dealing with the fact that you don't have a complete overhead view of the whole play space. And that looks alright. Let's push this way. Collect what we can. And then cart a few more blocks over to compensate for the fact that we used one for the initial bridge into this section. Yeah, so here, I mean, we could get this one out immediately, or we can push this out. It's the exact same result. Just guarantees that you have one block that's still available to play with. And so we see some switching mechanisms here once we condense this block to lower the blue gate, and another one here to lower the red gate. And quite a bit more to deal with over here as well. So yeah, eventually once we get a green gate down, then we push this. That's where we were before. Let's not lose our sense of direction, of course. Also, are these switches reversible? No, that one's one-time use for the Rabbid Bridge. Let's just run around and find more blocks. Okay, so there's one there. through here, what do we have that's available along these tracks? Nothing. But it does allow you to circle around and push down yellow, which then allows us to go through here and then push the green switch up top. So that looks like it's going to be the way. If I can get it to the appropriate location. Is he pushing here, here, and then here at this corner? Okay. And Mario, welcome. And let's way down here, and then we just circle around here, square around here, I suppose, and then push the yellow switch. And then that will lower that, giving you access to another block as you approach the fourth chest in this section, ensuring that we have enough to deal with both the red switch and the blue switch. That will, of course, a requirement come down first. And yeah, we'll push that one accordingly when the time comes. Let's just get this out of this section. Back to where we would like it. And push the other one over as well, while it remains available. Now the idea here, again, is we want something on red, something on blue. Blue is simple enough, you just get something down to the corner. As for red, we just need something to stop here and go back, which is not too difficult. Very trivial, in fact. Unless there's something I'm missing about this area. We do have everything we need when it comes to blocks and information. So let's open this one up. Plunge into dungeon. I suppose it's supposed to rhyme. Plunge into dungeon, I guess, is what they're going for there. Now, how about that central block? What happened here? Do we have 4 torches up? Yes, we do, but we do need to lower 2 blocks in this section, which we can do. We'll just use the 2 that we just used a moment ago. And cart them back out. And let's just scout this path again so we know what we're dealing with. Yeah, pretty simple. Just straight down this way, in fact. Let's move each of them one at a time. And then we'll push the other one through as well. And then we'll see if we get skill points or anything else. I wonder if you do have enough points to fill out 100% of the tree by the time you're through the section. Maybe not. Maybe you're dependent on the challenge rooms to fill in some of those. Now, hopefully I haven't lost my center of direction here as we go for the main chest in this area. And there we go, 2 power runes. So we've got lots to choose from now. And we'll plug those in once we get closer to the next battle and in the preparation screen see what we're actually dealing with. I have some ideas for where we want our upgrades to go, but... Was this the area that we wanted to go to? I thought I saw something like a puzzle piece spinning around earlier, but I might be wrong. That's okay, let's just continue. And is this going to take us into gate number 1 pretty soon? And yeah, we see some bucklers in the field already. Well, let's hop in there and let's do it. We will, of course, plug in weapons and spec points first, which I realized you can do from the preparation screen, so... Let's just see what we're dealing with, and then we can choose the weapon upgrades that are going to be most influential right away. Beware the invulnerable idol of recoil. Its unforgiving eyes, we are but unworthy interlopers. It has a strong connection to its worshippers. They are the source of its power. If we defeat its worshippers, the idol of recoil will accept us as worthy and not bother us. They're big on rituals, these idols. Alright, so we just need to defeat the ones that are connected to it. Let's take a look at Tacticam. Yeah, so we have a couple of bucklers here. Here's the idol of recoil. So we just need to defeat everything around it. I guess it probably just... Right, it does a bounce attack within this area of movement. It has a 7-cell area of movement, so we might want to just dodge around it. But let's figure it out. In terms of what's on the field, we have mostly Ziggies and bucklers, and so we'll plan upgrades accordingly. And yeah, currently, what do I actually have the bananas to afford? Oh, in terms of the higher tier upgrades, I guess we're just short of being able to buy 3. So we'll buy 2 somehow, and let's just plan around who we want. Yeah, because she's got her buckler bonus here, that might be interesting. And her Ziggy bonus here, but we probably want to keep the honey effect on the hoppers, so... It would make sense to put them on bucklers. I was hoping to maybe save up for smashers on Cranky, though. Just to retain the ink effect, and also because smashers are meant to be kited. But... we do have another smasher option for him. It's just also on the vamp damage, so let's just take a look at what we have available. Stuffers on a pound, hoppers over there. Yeah, none of these right now are really what I want to build towards. Didn't she have something against bucklers? Yes. I think we definitely try to get on guard here with Peach then. And if we don't have a Ziggy bonus on one of the other weapons, that's fine. What's currently our bonus? Hoppers on her. I just want to see what's on our current set. Yeah, collectors isn't going to be too useful. Well, until we face collectors. Donkey Kong already has an advantage against bucklers on his old weapons, so maybe we'll just keep it for the time being and not upgrade that one yet. So I'm thinking currently that we'll go for the on-guard sentry drone here. And maybe get the ground pound attack and DK going right away. Even if it is a Ziggy advantage instead. Yeah, okay, let's go with that. Let's go here. And then Peach will just get her secondary up instead. Yeah, too bad we're just short of affording next tier on some of those. Anyway, we've got lots of skill points to work with, 5 apiece, so we'll have a lot to choose from. With DK, I think we just want to improve his groove to the maximum. Since we're able to do that now, we have 5 points. We can put on Feral Attraction, which we haven't quite figured out yet in terms of what it does, but I would assume that it pulls well enough that it starts pulling through elevation and walls and so on, but we don't quite know that for a fact. I've meant to improve his throw range, but I think we're actually going to go groove range and Feral. Because that's been such a core part of our approach here. Especially having upgraded his area attack. There's a Rabbid Peach. Well, health would be nice later in the zone, but I think for now want to work on a heal. We definitely want to get heal cooldown. I think that's going to be very substantial. And then let's see if we want to plug in a 2-pointer somewhere, if we want to save up perhaps for the next point to get either the extra health or the mega heal. Yeah, we can't afford extra dash at the moment anyways, which would be the most substantial one to actually use. Range upgrade is maybe a good idea, though. We'll think about it. We might just save up on her to save up points. Just to get a bit more durability going. Cranky, I think we definitely want to get the movement going. Maybe even movement and health, just to get his HP pool back together. But we want the... actually, I'm not even sure we need to pipe exit range so much on this map. Well, let's take it. Just a budget for now. And... yeah, we haven't really been doing much elevation-based play. And... I guess, yeah, eventually you can just get his Overwatch down to every other turn. But I think we want to go health with him. He's definitely been a bit more fragile. And yeah, for Peach, I think we'll save up for one of the 3-pointers next. Because we'll want one soon enough. Let me just take one more look at the Tacticam here to see what we're dealing with. Lots of burn effects here, actually. And yeah, we just don't deal with this until we've just dealt with all the supporters, and so we'll evade accordingly. And just find our approach. Looks like we'll definitely want to use a lot of these effects. Okay, let's just get into the fight then. Now, in terms of Peach can dash through 4 enemies and should do so. And wind up flanking one of the bucklers. I think that's what she wants to do. Here, yeah, you kind of get the flank in this location. Again, we just want to be wary of this guy's range. I don't think it's going to be an issue for anything this turn. It's more that I don't want Peach to be exposed. I mean, she can get here behind cover and then fire back this way. Maybe that's best. Still pretty close to this fire over here, which is slightly concerning. So maybe it's better to wind up over here and just snipe this guy on the side instead. I think I like that idea better, so... we'll just run over everybody we can. We've got 3 different dashes we're able to do. And then we'll flank in this spot here. Yeah, look at the central enemy there. It's... oh, I'm totally within friendly fire. That's okay, but it has actually a pretty high probability of taking this guy out entirely. So I stood way too close, but we got the heal cooldown for a reason, so I'm actually not too worried about it. Let's keep that in mind in case we have another option that becomes available. Cranky doesn't have much of a dash range to work with. He can take out this guy. Again, this one is not able to bounce through other obstacles. Now with Cranky, he can always do the grump jump as well to just try to take out a lot of things at once. That would require me to position DK first, unless, of course, let's see, jump off of Peach would actually get you in this position, which would blow up quite a bit. That's not a bad idea. Depending on whether I accidentally destroy my own cover there, I guess. So in that case, you know what, let's just go here, jump, and we'll jump over here. It does blow up all the cover. Okay, maybe not a great idea, but yeah, so that's got a line of sight blocker on it. However, we can destroy quite a bit, really. But let's see what we can do with DK first. Yeah, so Peach will take this out. She'll take some self-damage to do it. The other thing we can do with DK is that we can use this back here, do a throw in this location to bounce this guy, and then that takes out 2. And that still gives him the possibility of firing at something. I'm not sure what we would want to do with that. It may actually make a certain degree of sense to pick... Oh no, he can't reach that one, okay. I was hoping to pick this one up. And then, yeah, this one isn't going to do much damage when you attack from the front like that. I still like this idea, though. Because maybe we can draw this one in and pound it. Could pick up over here. And we can just put him on Overwatch for the next one after that. So yeah, let's do that. Just get rid of problems if we can. Doesn't mean that Cranky doesn't actually have anything to shoot, does he? I guess you could shoot directly in the cover this way. You can also try to pluck that one out if you want to avoid the self-damage effect on Peach. We'll take it down to about 80 something. And we can also blow some things up through cover, including over here. Yeah, because that could have a bit of an effect as well. That's not too bad an idea. Donkey Kong can actually hit pretty hard back here against this guy. If so, then maybe Peach should not do self-damage. She can snipe from back here, and then between her and DK we can just take that out completely. And that way she kind of saves this for a Buckler who actually needs it. In that case, I think that's how we'll do it. We'll have DK fire this one first. Oh, got too close to Peach's location for the burn effect. That was unfortunate. Especially because she's expended her move and now she's way out in the open. Whoops. She's going to have to put on a shield in this position. Yeah, I didn't think about the order there, that the burn on the boomerang would actually hit her too. That's unfortunate. Well, in that case, we're going to have to do something else, but we can take this guy out. Let's just do it that way then. Okay, that resolves some problems. We'll definitely need to put shield up, since she's so far out of position. Cranky can maybe snipe this guy here. You know, I might be hitting cover, but that's fine, because if I blow that up, then if it allows me to fire against that anyway, it's saying X, but if it allows me to fire at that, then we can just burn it. Out of that, we just drop the other attack at range. We can also just drop it here if we want to guarantee to kill, but I'm going to see if this works. Line of sight is blocked. Okay, so we can't do that. But we can just take him out this way then. In that case, Peach is going to definitely put up the shield. And Cranky is definitely going to drop the barrel. And then we'll put everyone on Overwatch, I guess. Enemies in range fall asleep, and it's only going to catch one. And we'll do so with DK as well. You can actually draw this in if we really wanted, but we don't, though. So what does Idle Recoil do here? It's going to try to bounce me for about 75. Yeah, wow, and then hits you out of bounds as well. That's a substantial chunk of damage. So we just need to get out of its range if we can. Yeah, too bad that we blew ourselves up out in the open. She's frozen, so she won't have access to the heal unless she's given a chance to recover. This is why I'm glad we did in fact, do a little bit of HP recovery here. And yeah, it's got that second shot of him now, which helps. Okay, just need to keep everybody alive, really. Now we do have issues with going back there on Overwatch. If you jump down here, though, you can smack a whole bunch of that stuff, but... yeah, I wonder what you could do with vamp blocks like that. Yeah, we just need to take those 3 out, so it's okay. It's just that we might actually want to use DK to do a Cranky throw, because then Cranky can run within range of Peach to cleanse her and then get a heal. And DK can soak some damage from the Overwatch effect as well, so what we can do is... yeah, if you run DK over here, you'll be shot here and there, but... yeah, ideally we get him away from the idol. We better count tiles on the idol then. He's not really going to get out of its range. Apart from past this point here, so we'll go over here if we can. Yeah, not the greatest cover position exactly, but then you can get that grump jump effect on Cranky over here. I don't know if Cranky will have enough movement from this point to Ash Peach, but if he blows up all the cover, then yes, he can. So we should, in fact, land him here. Yeah, and DK will be shot. We expected that. That's good, because we'll take everybody down really quickly, in fact. We didn't have to deal with very much. Let's remember to collect some bananas, so we can see about that weapon upgrade later. We've been forgetting to do this from time to time. Yeah, oh, this will be an easy clear then. I'm really not concerned about it, because Cranky can even just run over this and then do the jump off of Peach and then come back here to flank. And he's able to hit. Peach is also... I can't really do anything from up front, but we'll see. She can drop the heal immediately now, just to get everybody going. And then Cranky will hit this. Then, let's see, Peach should be able to finish if she takes it down like this. Let's grab some more bananas as well. Yeah, and this will be a pretty simple clear. We hit the objective immediately. That shuts it down. Great. And yeah, you did have to do it in 2 turns in order to get it perfect, and we managed. It's actually a bit of a tight benchmark in terms of time. We generally haven't had trouble with the turn timer, even going into these blind, but we will be able to afford 2 additional weapon upgrades from the hero, which will be great. And again, we'll see the next battle first to decide what to prioritize. That much we've learned to do. Let's see if there's any kind of puzzle segment first. Or even just a rabbit observing segment. A reenactment of Wagata Hanamanu's sacrifice of his unemployed brother-in-law who was living with him at the time. Very dramatic. He claimed that the banana gods told him to do it, but I'm not so sure. Alright, so we want to unstack both of these. So we'll... Or really just unstack one and then... Well, we'll see. Let's just get this down first. We'll think about getting each of these in position. Maybe move this one out first. And then we just move up this one here, then we push all three. And yeah, it's just one switch, because after that we just push everything back into place. So we're able to do so by, cycling these through one by one. So the way we do it is we do like here. And then we complete all three this way. Okay, looks out. Yeah, the continuation is over here. Let's just explore a bit more just to see if we missed anything. Yeah, because we came down here, and that means we should go off the beaten path this way. And there's a puzzle piece. I feel like we're not on pace to hit 20 out of 20 by the time we're done with the zone, but we don't quite know how to distribute it, so we'll find that out as we go. And more bonus rooms. Okay, so it's just a matter of unblocking switches, I guess. First of all, we'll just unblock yellow. Find out what's over here. And we unblock blue, that blocks the pipe, but if we unblock green, then it leads you back over. So it gives you access here to something eventually, but if we unblock blue, then we go back this way. Oh, but we should probably push that other one out of the way first then. Because the idea will be... Ah, I see. No, we can't push this out of the way because that was on the yellow switch. Alright, that's fine. Then we just unblock green first to open up the middle pipe, then we swap the order. Pretty simple. Put this one on blue, and then it gives me access to this crate here. Now, let's think about what we need next in terms of priorities. We need to look at this. Okay, so red and green bunny. Rabbit, as it were. Well, red's here. That seems... Oops. Yeah, if we push this one first. Then we cross and lower green. But then we'll need to switch the other gate here, matching blue and yellow in order to go for the other chest, which we'll do. But in order to do that, we do need something on green, and then we push back on the blue after the fact. Okay, I get it. Oh, except I left something there. Let's get it out of the way first. Or, well, let's think about this, because if we... Yeah, let's just get this out of the way first so I have a re-entry point. I know what state I'm going for in the end, we just need to map it out. Especially because it's easy to forget which blocks are already sitting on top of other switches. We just swap this one to blue, and that'll be simple enough. Okay, let's keep going. Once we unblock something here. We'll head back to the battle path. We approach number 2 again. We need to get 2 weapon upgrades plugged in, plus some more skill points. Beat 13 enemies. Let's watch over the fire. Let's stand on the scorch marks. Fire bearers. At the end of our turn, they'll shoot flames from bows. Not all of them, however. If you watch carefully, you should be able to tell which ones are about to belch fire. Let's take a look at what we're dealing with. Summoners, yeah, we wanted to upgrade against summoners and smashers. That seems like the way to go here. And yeah, smashers can be kited. It's got a bit of a wide range on some of these, and that's okay. We'll build it. Central pipe here as well. Let's go HQ and put some things in. Yeah, so DK can have a stomp against summoners. I think that's probably best. And we'll probably go for a smasher kite. The way I intended with a cranky. It's sort of interesting. We have one more unlockable at the very end. Something boss related. But yeah, let's get the buff versus summoners as well. It's funny because we put all the upgrades on the magnet. We didn't even use it last turn. Last time around. Let's take a look at these points. So we said we'd do something with Peach. Either to health or even improving the heal. I feel like we're usually not going to try to get down to 30% before we pump the heal, so. Damage reduction on her might just be as effective though, as long as we actually use it. The extra dash is quite good. It's a significant booster of damage output, in fact. But yeah, with 2 battles remaining, maybe? Oh, I actually don't remember how long this chapter was in terms of segments. We should think carefully about this. Anyway, in terms of Cranky, do you have anything that I want to use rather than saving up? Because the next thing that I want on him probably is a Stink Eye cooldown. Or we could just go for damage immediately. I feel like maybe we want to save for the cooldown instead. And because, yeah, that'll be more effective in combination. But we'll save his point, actually. But with DK, do we actually want to spend his point anywhere? We might not. We might actually save up on him as well. For probably something's pro related. So the question is what we spend on for Peach. Let's take a look at the map. Yeah, because having the 4th dash is a little bit situational. It really depends on where she's standing. I think we can't count on that to happen often enough. I think it's probably better to just maybe do a flat HP upgrade on her, or even the shield. Although the shield is not exceptionally effective at the moment. We haven't been using it that much. Range is not a bad idea either, I guess. But I think we want to keep her alive. Going into this zone especially, that we've had a lot more incoming damage to deal with, so we're finally upgrading some of that. Okay, we'll keep points on the other two, and let's just fight. Okay, we got a lot of pipes that we can get in and out of to improve our movements. Immediately I'm thinking, oh, maybe we should have taken that upgrade on Peach. Because we can, well, not really, we can take out 2, maybe enter another pipe. And then come back here to, yeah, we've hit 3 at this point. We can come back here, take cover, and then try to snipe this guy. It's been range 7, right? We'll do that. Maybe even this guy. We got tons of movement out of her. And just get her out of any fire. Yeah, because that'll just kill immediately, so with that. We'll make that decision based on who I actually want to use here. Because with Cranky, of course, we had the possibility of a Grump jump over on this end, which could be helpful. Also, let's take a look at these with Tacticam. Oh, it doesn't quite show those. Now, summoners aren't going just yet. They will in a little bit, but we'll let's see what we can do to catch those off the corner. And with Cranky, we can just kind of hit the pipes. And dash through somebody, but it won't actually do that much. If you jump off Peach, I just want to see what the range is on that. Because yeah, you can kill over here. You can probably tap this guy after that. Which means that we should dash through the other one. Let's dash through this one. I mean, we'll be able to take that out regardless, so. Let me take cover over here. It's probably going to blow up the cover, that's the only thing. That's okay, against smashers, we don't really care that much, I think. Yeah, it doesn't completely blow up the cover, which is good. We actually don't want to totally wreck it. And yeah, there'll be some limits to the damage output that we have here. But if we put Stink Eye up and then fire at it, then you would be able to do that extra shot as well. figure out what's going on with Peach first. But you can take that out. You can up some of those. Maybe if we all focus down that smasher. But then I would need to figure out what to do with DK here. Again, if we go through here, then we can actually pick up this guy. And you get a toss on him, then we can do quite a bit. Because a toss wouldn't quite kill, but if you're here, then we don't want to get into that close, though. Maybe. I am reluctant to have them stand next to each other if the Overwatch shots are going to be a bit of an interception risk between them. What we can do is get over here and space things out a little bit, and then maybe throw this way. We're trying to focus down one of them at least, right? So then what I definitely want to do is put Cranky on Stink Eye. And DK is going to once again get to pick up on that one. And you know what? Let's toss against this one here. Whittle him down a little bit. Oh, actually, yeah, that was premature. Yeah, I didn't think that Cranky's shot would do that. That was a mistake. That's okay. What we'll do is we'll actually put up DK's shot. Oh, we can just pull everybody and smash everything up. This will be spectacularly risky with us standing right next to Cranky right now, but and then we can kind of try to bounce everybody. Alternatively, we'll just pop that. He's going to run over. And then we'll still have a reaction shot available on Cranky, actually, so it's not altogether too bad. We'll actually put a reaction shot on DK as well then. This might lead to a lot of friendly fire here, but we'll try it. Because it's going to run. Cranky's going to shoot. DK's going to shoot. Everybody's going to run around. Oh, he's going to get him way too close. That's okay. Peach actually still has a heal available when she gets within range, but rather than deal with that, first of all, we'll have Cranky fire this way just to take that out. And we better do that before DK accidentally does some burning. Unless you can kind of do a bit of a long shot over here. You know what? We'll go. Oh, Summer Scramble. Yeah, so you can do that first. It's just that it hits Cranky really hard and unnecessarily. Because he actually can take out both. But, you know, when we're doing that, we don't really need that much friendly fire. I think we just take this out immediately. And good, no friendly fire there. And then better to take this one out now. And yeah, this says defeat 13 enemies, so we'll have to deal with respawns at some point somehow. And hopefully we're not within range of any fire that has been turned on here. I guess we'll see what the range will be on some of this. Actually, everybody's within range for the heal as well, so we might as well just pop it now since it's a quick cooldown. We have it available. Yeah, just in a line in front. Way down. We need to be extra careful positionally this time. And here's the thing, if we don't actually let him do much summoning, then we're going to get respawns quickly enough. Oh, yes we are. So we get quite a bit going here. So, we will of course have to time that guy. Let's take a look at Tacticam first just to see what we're dealing with. We'll have this fire column over here, this one over here, and this over here. So we just need to not stand in any of those quadrants. Let's figure it out. Now the other thing too is that you could potentially take some of these and maybe even toss them in range. Let's see what's coming out. Hopper, Hopper, Smasher. Yeah, because DK could definitely do a bit of preliminary damage against some of these. But then he'd have to move well out of the way. The question, though, is whether we could do something about the summoner first. I think we can. Even... Yeah, I think Peach would want to run the pipes to get there. She can, I'm not sure she can. And then you can do a jump. Gets you close, but not quite. What we can do, though, is just go cranky Grimp Jump, or even dash and then Grimp Jump, and then take this guy out this way. And then just fire at him directly. And that's in a corner that's safe. Yeah, that'll be an easy kill. We'll confirm that after we've had a chance to move the other characters about. Now, it would be nice to pluck some of these early and take care of them and get them onto the field, but I'm wondering then what do we do with Peach's move this time around? Probably just have her follow up with some kind of snipe. If, for example, something gets tossed closer to this position. As far as DK goes, we'll want to go over here, pick up this guy. And yeah, we don't want to rely too much on cover here, I don't think. That's the problem, is that, you know, you can't really take cover around some of this stuff with the scorch marks everywhere. And here he's in the open and rather exposed, but if he's able to come here and toss, maybe it won't matter too much. Because then he can just get all of those out of the way. He actually wants to basically max out his range on that. And yeah, so he's going to be shot by the hoppers. We'll just have to deal with it, I think, and soak it up. But we want to get some of this preliminary damage on smashers. Yeah, that exposes them, which is good, because then, well, we're not quite within range for the magnetize, but the banana rang will kind of hit both like that. And we can drop this going this way. And then, oh, it's going to get toasted, though, by the flame, so it might not be the most useful here. Alright, Peach actually still has movement, so take advantage of that and jump around a little bit to maybe drop one of the drones going this way. Just make sure we know where the fire is coming. Yeah, because here she can at least take cover against the respawns. From here, just like to run through everything we can, though. Just run through some of them. Nope, they're not on the field yet. If we can get into a situation where we can run those two down from a pipe exit, that'd be great. I'm not sure we can do that. I don't think we can reach. So instead we'll probably just have DK go banana rang against those and then drop the drone against them from this end. Doesn't mean that we won't get anything else done from the initial movement, and that's okay. Yeah, because you can drop it over on this end, it will hit. And then it's better if DK tries to go banana rang first, I think, because then we can hit on this side. Maybe. Yeah, no, we can do that. Because it'll pull both, and then Peach can pull the other one away. Not accounting for the burn effect, of course, which has complication. Quite a bit of complication, in fact. We'll get smoked like that. That's okay. Peach should actually be able to blow those up. And totally blow up DK while you're at it. Now, 70 to 80, yeah, it's not going to do enough. Even accounting. No, it's would have been useful. That's okay, we can just put the shield up on Peach maybe, and then let's blow this one up first of all. So hopefully DK just doesn't get smoked this turn. Now that's the thing, is that if you draw them both to Donkey Kong with the magnet, then you can actually use Peach's attack to blow them all up. It's just that Donkey Kong would also be hit pretty hard. What is the effect on her magnet? It is push. That might help. Eventually. Let's take a look at where the scorch marks are. Yeah, the thing is that all of these are actually in the line that would allow them to be toasted by the fire as well, which is actually helpful. So in theory, what we should be doing is sending the drone out against this guy here. Instead of getting too fancy about it. And yeah, just kind of send it around this way. So he'll run around and also be in fire range, perhaps. It does blow to cover though, so... Oh, it actually moves him a little too far away. I was hoping he'd run to the other side, but that's okay. Naturally, we'll put up the shield then. And Cranky will just have to hold position this turn. Oh, I didn't think DK would be within range there. That was unfortunate. Yeah, he's going to get smoked then. I might actually be in trouble because I didn't think DK was actually standing that close. I thought he was one tile out. But yeah, with all of the bouncing out of range, he's going to get hit like crazy here. So we'll have to be pretty careful. I mean, yeah, he's possibly dead, in fact. Which means... That's too bad, but we've been playing for perfect, so we'll restart this mission if that is the case. It's too bad, too, because you got 3 damage remaining on that other fellow. We just stood too close. Oh yeah, he's dead. He's dead. Is he? He's got 1 HP remaining, maybe? Yeah. Okay, well, that was interesting. Saved by a bit of arithmetic there. Peach has still got 1 turn left on her cooldown, so we need to be extra careful here so we just don't, you know, lose to a little bit of chip damage from some effect I hadn't considered. But there's a lot that you can do with Peach here in terms of her movement range. Definitely try to go for a shield break here, and then we'll want to run through everybody. And then see what we can snipe with Cranky as well. Actually, if anything, Cranky should be going through here first to take this out. Get rid of that shield. Get over here and then jump on this side. Yeah, that works a lot better. And then we would need to make sure we pop the rest of those. Okay, that's fine. Peach can then run through too. And snipe the other one. Yeah, and then DK can take out one of them. We should probably just jump over here. I didn't actually calculate whether we would be taking out enough enemies to meet the benchmark this turn, would we? Defeat 13? Yeah, we actually might not. Right, because you have additional spawns there. Yeah, and then DK doesn't have a shield this turn, so he needs to get some kind of cover. The fire is not all turned off. These quadrants are in trouble. That actually means Cranky is going to be in trouble here, actually. We considered that. I didn't read it properly ahead of time. Yeah, because the scorch range on these is actually quite bad. Okay, so we might have had some trouble here again, but if DK is able to maybe get into a pipe and pick up Cranky, actually, and then move him out of the way. That might be the way to do it. But I don't see how he can. He's not really within range of a pipe. But he should get behind cover here. Just to be safe. And then maybe toss. And then, yeah, the problem is Cranky's position right now. It's not great. Because he's going to get toasted and then possibly from 2 directions? I don't know. Yeah, from 2 directions. That's not good. Well, of course, the first one, if it burns him, it's also going to get him to run, so maybe he's okay. We didn't look at this properly. Let's just take this out of point blank first. Deal with it later. And, yeah. DK should do a throw against this position here, and then Peach unfortunately has a 50% hit, which is not good. But then DK can just snipe that with a banana if needed. Let's just bounce like that. Really getting a little dicey here with the way we've been playing. Well, you can try to do the 50% shot with each here. Yeah, but Cranky's going to get toasted, that's the main thing. And then we will need the next turn of respawns. I wonder if we're going to have trouble with the turn timer simply because we've been taking out the summoners too aggressively. It's absolutely a risk. I think we'd better be safe, and I don't quite understand sometimes the banana ring return path, so better just be safe with this. Take a 50% shot. Miss, and then alright, fine, I guess we'll do this. Yeah, absolutely needed to drop the heal on Peach next turn. And hopefully we spotted the respawn positions accordingly. So yeah, Cranky's gonna get toasted. Let's see what happens. Yeah, he's actually in huge trouble here. 150 damage on him with a respawn next to him. Oh, there's a summoner though. No, he's gonna get taken out. Okay, yeah, we've got to reset this one. Too bad. Too bad. Yeah, this was entirely just because I didn't realize what the range was on these, and I didn't realize that DK standing here would also get toasted. And so... yeah, this will be the third map in the DLC adventure so far that we've had to reset for the perfect, but I think we'll just have to do it. That's okay, we had the right idea pretty much up until that point. But again, I wonder if we should actually let the summoners do their work just to get more enemies on the field faster. Because that might be necessary for the benchmark. Anyway, yeah, we're going to reset it for the perfect, so... let's do it. We don't even know what the turn benchmark is yet, but we usually just try to do these on the first try, so... anyway, yeah, we need to just watch our position a little more accurately here. Yeah. Same kind of start as before, I think. The thing is, though, that DK can also carry someone into a more advantageous position. Like if I mean, I can still get 3 runs through with Peach, but... yeah, because we want to basically hit a few. The same kind of idea as before, essentially. We just can't always count on where the enemy is going to run afterwards. Okay, yeah, and we have a clear shot against that one. Again, we have to deal with a lot of the friendly fire issues every now and then. Right, I did some kind of grump jump off of Peach in that position before. It seemed to work well. Because it means that this one's vulnerable to just a throw from DK if he goes for a pickup. And then... just come down here, same idea as before. So this time we should actually mind the fire. Throwing enemies into a position where they would get toasted also helps, of course. In fact, we might not even have to take out this one, depending on whether this shield actually does anything meaningful. Well, it's not behind cover, so I think it'll actually be blown away. What we can do is, again, go for... pick up here. Maybe we should have gone for that throw damage. Yeah, the other mistake that we made was we did a throw, and one of Cranky's reaction shots was expended too early. And so we'll try not to make that same mistake. So we'll try to do that instead. Does he run? Yeah, he does. No, he doesn't actually, so... that means that at this point we put him in Stink Eye. and would take advantage of his smasher bonus. Like, this is not much of a bonus, to be honest. But if he does this attack, like does the lob, well, we'll see. Let's actually put DK on the Overwatch as well then. And then get Peach to take a shot here. And hopefully just take this guy out immediately. I mean, he was in fire range. We didn't really need to deal with him, but... yeah, and it inks them, so their primary attack is disabled. And look at that, we took them both out. That went really well. We've got so many attacks remaining, too. I'm a little wary of friendly fire on this, so we should maybe be cautious, even though I'm sacrificing some of the potential damage on the other one. We better just take him. And yeah, we are just kind of willingly passing on that one for the moment, just so we don't have friendly fire issues with the boomerang path. Okay, in that case, let's just keep going. Pretty significant improvement. But we'll need to watch out for our range this turn. Yeah, we also need to watch out for his grenade. I keep forgetting that we shouldn't bunch up against those. So yeah, this time we'll mind our positioning a little bit. Try to get a few more tiles out of the way. Let's take a look at Tacticam once again, just to see which columns we're dealing with. So yeah, around here is fine, it's just that we needed to stand back further to make the play with DK that I was going for. Particularly because, yeah, once again, we get shot by all these because we don't have cover at that point. And that's one of the issues that we were dealing with. Might even be better to reveal one of those instead of one of the other smashers. And because the other smasher's not going to hit you at that range, right? So I actually like that idea a lot better. So here we do this. And then we can get within a decent range to take care of them both. Yeah, because DK can go for this and burn it. Each also has a decent amount of attack potential here if she is able to get in close for dashing. As long as we are mindful of her finishing position. Because you go over here, then you're actually not in bad shape. And we'll get some shots down on this guy. Oh, I totally forgot about a summoner in the top corner. We should take care of that. Yeah, that's a problem actually, because I forgot to get a Grump Jump Cranky up in that position. That's a problem. Totally flipped it. That's okay, we can always just make him fall asleep. And disable him for a turn, maybe. Or even just let the summon go down. Again, just to get a Smore on the field to deal with. Now we have to be really careful to go jump because again we don't want to get within flame range. That's not really going to be good enough. What we can do is just run over this guy though. And then focus the other two on attacking the Smasher, or even focus Cranky on attacking the Smasher. Let's see. Actually, yeah, DK might not be able to reach with the Banana Ring if he's that far out. But that's okay, because if Peach pulls the Smasher in, then DK can reach. And indeed, we can just go here. Then get into cover here, maybe. Oh, let's watch the fire again. Yeah, middle section looks like it's pretty safe. No, it's not. Because of this flame coming in, so let's watch out. Actually check the tactic cam for once. Maybe even right here. Not getting a grump jump on this, but that's okay. Yeah, because he can blast this one. We could good range to blast the other Smasher next turn. Oh, Peach is going to do a little bit of friendly fire here. That's okay, because then we'll just kill it outright after that. Luckily, the push block didn't take out Cranky there. Yeah, too bad about this area here. I mean, I guess we could try to take it out partly, but... Or even... Oh, it's out of range for the sleep now. Oh, well, that's okay. We'll take this one out quickly. Not going to depend on the environmental damage to do it for me. Yet. Yeah, we misplayed it slightly, but... We'll pass the turn and see what happens. Is Peach within range to heal everybody? We'll probably want to save it for next turn since we have incoming damage. And we'll see what the summoner does as well in terms of the enemy count. Yeah, that's the thing about standing on the edge there, is that we keep forgetting to budget for the out-of-bounds damage from being knocked out. So yeah, he's going to give me another one. That's fine so far. Ooh, except he's going to get hit pretty hard. That's okay, we'll figure it out. Yeah. That's okay, Peach is going to be able to offset somewhat. Got the vamp damage there, that's fine. We'll first of all see where the safe zones to stand are going to be. Definitely not where Cranky is standing right now, and nowhere up in that corner. That matter in here, so let's try to stay in this half. Interesting thing is that if we try to pop this guy here, then the fire might actually take care of the rest. But let's consider that option once we've figured out what else we can do. Now in terms of Peach's movement options, why don't we go to the pipe? We can get in here. Do we have fire coming on this side? Not really. We have fire coming all the way out here. So we need to move her out a little bit. back behind cover here, I think is going to be okay. And indeed, well, 35 to 42, not quite what we need there, but yeah, because everybody got weakened in the party. Not quite what I needed there either. Of course, you have the problem with that far one being shielded. That's okay. If we get Cranky way out of the way here, because he will need to get out. Maybe he pops this one first. Unless Peach wants to get him. He's behind cover, though. We have a clear shot here. And then he'd want to do some Grump Jump shenanigans. Past that. What can also happen is we just run through him, and then DK can get a pickup off him afterwards. And then hopefully run to a position where he does not get fried. Like over here. I mean, as Cranky, maybe we should just run from regardless. Run through this guy. Actually, yeah, no, we should run through this guy for sure. Pop the shield. Yeah, 2 runs over here, then we can get over this corner, which is going to be safe. We should go for some kind of Grump Jump, though. So what we can do is magnetize the DK followed by Grump Jump. That will hit DK for some friendly fire. We should be aware of that. Also, we totally forgot to pop the heal on Peach, which we should do. Where's Peach's position currently? She's able to heal all, so let's actually do it now. So I'm thinking if we pull this guy out with the dash, come back here. There's this shield over here, but if we get a decent Grump Jump, that actually does a sizable amount of damage. The only thing is, then we should get DK into position first. Then we get Cranky a better jumping off point afterwards. DK should actually come here then. Here, grab. Now the thing is he okay behind cover? Guess we'll have to find out. The other thing about DK is that he can sort of do a magnetize. I wonder if you could do just a magnetize first. It's not quite within range. I was hoping you could magnetize this guy, but then we need him to not get toasted here. Where's that last flame coming from? Here. Yeah, so this whole area we need to watch out for still. If he gets over closer to this position, then the idea is that, you know, you'd be able to pick up, get over here maybe. That's still clearly going to be roasted, but yeah, I was hoping to pull this guy closer just so you can get a shield break on him. Might not happen, so we should actually toss like this. Then at least DK is in a closer position for Cranky to get a Grump Jump second. Yeah, I could have budgeted for the out of bounds there too, of course. The idea is that then Get a landing that will also give you a shield break, like this. However, if you're going to do that, might as well run for a shield first. Again, yeah. Run for a shield first. Jump. And can we actually hit both? Not really. Just barely out. So the question is, do we go for this one? Well, let's see. It depends on how hard DK can hit here. Not very hard. And Peach can't hit anything, so. Yeah, very good. Get over here. We should determine this partly by the fire range as well. Let's get over kind of along the bottom row here. Yeah, we can't hit both, so we need to pick up battles here, and yeah, we'll just need to take a hit. No flame out here. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I guess if he goes over here, yeah, this is still going to be behind cover, so we can't really guarantee much of a kill on it either way. Let's just go here then. Maybe we can damage the cover somewhat. Okay, now we can hit. And indeed, he can still hit this guy like that. Or just fire backwards here. Either way. So do we want to flush out this other enemy now? Other thing we can do is just put him to sleep. Because then that does a bit of damage mitigation. There's actually a decent range on this as well. It's just maybe not the best use of this attack. But we may as well. Where to go. So after that we have Summoner, we have whatever's coming out here. I think we better do it. And yeah, we'll just put him to sleep. Again, just to mitigate damage. Maybe. I don't know if we want to burn Long Story this early. I feel like it could be useful for emergencies later. No, let's just do it now. And then we'll pass. And yeah, that got caught in a crossfire, so it's just going to be taken out directly, so no need to deal with it. And do we have any more reinforcements coming out after this turn? Because... ooh, yikes. Okay, we just need to take out 3 enemies, so we can actually just finish this turn. If we pull something out. Better to take out the hoppers then, because then we can take them out on this turn. And if we take them out, then we don't need to worry about my positioning at all. We just run through and if we do that, then well, Peach can go through the other side as well. And here. Not really going to get in position there, though. But what we can do is finally use the magnetized that we've been building. And test it out. Let's just take this guy out quickly. And we'll try out the magnetize to see what we can actually do with it. Yeah, it pulls them all the way around. Obstructions here. Succeeds at it completely. And then we just stomp everybody then. We get a crit on all three. Does that just kill? Yes, it does. So are we making par for the turn timer? Let's find out. Because if not, we'll need to redo. 4 out of 4. Okay, so that was the last possible turn. That's fine. We've been cutting it a bit close in this world, but that's the way I like it. Alright, let's continue. And might as well break our beautifully round number of 2,000 by picking up a few more bananas along the way. We'll see if more overworld puzzles await. Looks like there's a way to go down over here for another puzzle piece, so we'll take that side first. Oh, this area here? Okay, that's fine. We'll continue down this way. Nothing to solve here, though, in terms of treasure chests. Just more puzzle pieces to collect. And another rabbit skit here, perhaps. This poor fellow is besieged by telemarketers demanding that he invest in banana futures. Rabbid Kong's banana hoarding caused a lot of volatility in the market. If I were a rabbit, I'd take the short position. Okay, block puzzle time. Let's do another one. We'll want to clear out the blue obstruction. Eventually we'll clear out the yellow obstruction. But blue goes first, so you can manipulate the red blocks. That seems clear enough, I think. Let's get over to this side first. So, oh no, we can't push in that position. That's okay, we will push towards red. Once we cycle this one around. And having done that, we're able to then let's think about it. Go back this way. And over to this corner is ideal if we can do that. Except that goes a little too far. That's fine. Doesn't quite go where we want. Yeah, it just goes back to the square we were at earlier. But we can obstruct over here. And send that over to blue. And toggle that and put it on yellow. Using this obstruction here. Now we send us up here, block. Then do likewise with the next one. Oops, let's send it up here first. And push it in. And let's proceed. I I see the flag for the next battle space ahead, but we'll do the optional path first, as always. And see what is going on over here when we drop. Interesting. Oh, peace. 18 out of 20, so maybe we will fill in a 20 after all by the end. Once we've also played with some more blocks. Now, let's think about this. The objective here will be to eventually get into a position where you can push this. You can push this against the corner, hit the blue switch, lower this. What is down there anyway? More of the subterranean banana horde. By the looks of it. So yeah, eventually we lower yellow as well, and we'll be able to do that. Now, we just need these to trade places then. And that's simple enough actually, because we just look this and rotate them through. And we just put this back into a position where we can press it. We've basically swapped positions between those two, and it's relatively straightforward. Now, here we've raised both of this at this point. We'll eventually want to hit both switches again. Well, yeah, and then we'd want to send a block over to that side. So we need to get something over to this side to push, which we can do. Only one way out of here. That releases red, and that's okay at this point because we have lowered the green gate. So actually what we wanted to do was send it through this way. And that way we can manipulate green from the other side. We'll actually send them both over. I don't think there's any advantage to leaving one here. Yep, and it does permanently lock them over there. And so at this point, we push one after another. Well, we'd want them both down, and then we push one over. Nope, let's watch our positioning here. Push this one, push over. And cycle it around here, yeah, and then we can do that. So let's grab that. Having done that, we can send this over and push. Oh, am I off by one? Yeah, we forgot to push it in. And now we just send both in the middle. And just cycle them around. Not that way. Send it over here. You have blocking piece to this location and then send... Let's think about it. Because, send it over here. Then we're able to move this over by 1. Doesn't quite solve what we need yet, but... then we can stop the next one sort of in the middle. Except I totally forgot that we don't have a space to push it against here. No, that's fine. Then we just rotate one space at a time. Yeah, we do. Okay. Yeah, let's grab it. Jump, Rabbids, jump. Okay, let's get back to where we were. And then, let's see, we'll be able to afford 1 weapon upgrade going into this part here. All, and yeah, now we have to deal with the same mechanic previously introduced and then some. Now there are 3 idols, a fire one too, no fair. Once again, we must take care of all enemies on the battlefield, then the invulnerable idols will let us go. Okay, let's see what we're dealing with here. More smashers. And hoppers. Yeah, we'll have a little bit of incoming damage here and there, but we'll just try to take everything out quickly. Let's see what we need to upgrade. DK's got his tier 2 all sorted out. Peach could do with the primary. With the honey against hoppers. That's probably first choice here. Let's just take a look at the rest. Cranky's got the barrel attack against the smashers potentially as well, but no, we'll go with Peach here. And run this upgrade. Let's see about the skill points. There was something I was saving up for with some of these fellows. Unless we're saving up for a 3-pointer or something, let's take a look. Right, I do want his cooldown here, I think. And then his final upgrade will probably be damage on that. Alright, let's take it. Peach, well, I mean, after this we'll have a second point and we probably won't have more beyond that. So unless we see 2 pointers that we really want to go for, we'll take a 1-pointer now. The weapon range is pretty good though. Maybe the shield bonus, but I might actually save for weapon range then. It's actually slightly more useful. Yeah, so for DK, do we have any 1-pointers after this that we'll take? I guess banana ring range isn't too bad. We used the throw often enough that I feel like the throw damage is actually a deal here. throw range would have been useful too, but delta enemies upon impact after being thrown. Yeah, because that goes for both an object being thrown and something that's being landed on. Let's do this. We use this row so much. Okay, let's inspect this quickly. Yeah, idle fire is to move. The recoil gives you to bounce. Yeah, we can't really get out of range of absolutely everything, I don't think, unless we finish in the top corners. Yeah, we can do that. We can finish somewhere in the top corners where we're out of range of all three. Can we actually mark their ranges? Like, we lock, then we can do it. But then does it... Oh, no, you can only lock one at a time, I guess. But then you can scan around and check. And we'll try to get out of those ranges then. And then, let's see. Mostly hoppers to deal with. We can do a big splashy attack over here and possibly DK does magnetize and then Cranky does a grump jump and just try to deal with everything that way. But we do want to wind up in the back. I think. Once again, let's take a look. Idle of fire. So yeah, if we pull back kind of in this position next to the smashers, then we can pull in. Now, it will depend on whether I can actually get in the pipe. Cranky can reach, and Peach can reach on this side. Yeah, so we just want to get out of a lot of this, I think. And Peach can reach over here, then she can actually run down some more of these enemies as well. Take out 2 of these. Similar with Cranky, if we can get him to land on DK at some point and jump down here, would be ideal, which means that we need to figure out where DK is going to land. Yeah, it looks like closest spot is going to be here. Okay, then we'll go for that. Now let's figure out whether we want DK to pick something up. Best thing to pick up might actually be Peach. Because then we can do a big cluster of damage over here. Potentially. Or maybe even pick up Cranky so we can get in really close. So Peach's movement range isn't too bad. She can still kind of get in here and run over some things, but what we actually want maybe is, or we could pick up one of these and then throw it in a position so we can really do a massive cluster over here. Take it out that way. Just kind of like that idea. Pick this one up. Enter. Then this position right here. And then we can do a throw. And if we throw this one, then maybe we can magnetize, pull everything in. Or we can just pull both smashers. Like that. Yeah, because then we do that extra damage like that. Now, in terms of the magnetize, he can pull in quite a lot. And I think he'll do that, because after that, that's when you can do a Cranky Grump Jump as a finisher. Or maybe even initially, because then that way you don't have incoming damage from these guys. You will have friendly fire on DK, and that's okay. We are prepared to soak it. But definitely DK in that case does demagnetize first. Oh, should have put up an Overwatch before that. That's okay. Let's see what a smashing jump he's going to do here. Quite a bit. So that means I'm going to ground jump them all. Oh, except I can't reach at this point because I accidentally obstructed DK. Nope, we can dash through though. Can we? No, if we dash through, we actually still can't reach DK. Oh, that's a problem then. I did not think about that. Let's, let's see, because... in that case, we want to do something with Peach to maybe peel off one of those. We can't really reach. But what you can do is get over here and then shoot one. And then DK can open up a spot. Okay, yeah. So I miscalculated that slightly because I didn't think Magnetize would actually cause that many issues. But what we can do, well, we can do some kind of area attack after that. If the Grump Jump's not going to do it. So what Peach can do here is tap, enter, tap, tap. Let's figure out ranges. And then she's able to wind up here on this corner. That will be fine. And then, can she just do some kind of area attack over here? Yes, she can. It'll kind of hit DK, though. And I'm concerned about the push effect on it, actually. I think DK should really attack first, because interestingly enough, the Smashers can't really get in position. That's okay. I think we'll have enough area damage on this that maybe it won't matter that we can't get a Grump Jump. Let's just go with this. Doesn't really kill anything there. That's an issue. Yeah, nothing really gets to kill here. Okay, you know what? We'll just stop everything. We might get some counterattacks on the Smashers. That's the only thing. Oh, it also bounces everything away. Oh yeah, I guess it also does the out-of-bounds damage. I never remembered a budget for that. Okay, well that's fine. That actually worked out really well. Way better than I expected. It means that Peach can actually hit some of this stuff. Cranky might even be able to get a decent attack against some of that too. Indeed, if Cranky gets all the way over here, you can kind of tag that. The only issue is that he'll be a little bit within range of the counterattack here, unless of course maybe cover will... for us. I think it's better to just tag this one here. Stay way out of range of everything. And just take a long shot. Hopefully I'm not hitting Peach here, but that's okay. We'll just drop this now, I think, and then... unless I want to retain the cooldown for that. Now, the issue with Peach is that she doesn't quite get this going. But she can drop the other thing. And maybe that will hit. Now, we still have this guy over here, though, which is potentially fine, depending on whether the drone can be targeted. Oh, it might actually hit right away. Let's just do it. That actually went also a lot better than I expected. And we'll just take this one out immediately then. And we just have the one enemy remaining next turn, and so we are very close to just a full clear right here. And hopefully we're out of range of everything that's going to come in the idols. Peach is a bit exposed, but then she can put up her shield. There's no reason not to, I think. Yeah. I think we are fine range-wise. So they'll move, but they can't really do anything to me, can they? Oh, yes, they can. Okay, alright. Yeah, because I guess it moves first and then it still hits. We only looked at movement range. I didn't look at the attack range, I guess. That could have been a slight miscalculation there, but let's just see what happens. Oh, it's just going to take care of that one for me? Alright, fine. And then we did a reaction shot there. And then that's it. Nice and easy. And yeah, there's a one-turn kill. Great. On a two-turn benchmark as well, so. Pretty satisfying to just get a single turn clear on a map like that, so. Aggression pays off, it seems. Okay, so it looks like we're getting into a boss area right here. This may in fact be the chapter boss. Now, that does mean that at some point either we missed 2 puzzle pieces or... which I suspect might have been in a previous zone because we only got up to 13 instead of 15. So we might have to hunt for those if we really do want a full treasure collection. I don't know how much we care about doing that at the moment, though. Let's just try to get in. Now, interestingly enough, though, it looks like there's no bonus segment this time for some kind of special boss weapon. So let's just get in there, and we still have the boss weapon bonus on Cranky in the meantime. So I think we just need to get in there and fight. We can afford more weapon upgrades if necessary. But I don't think we necessarily need them at this point because we have, yeah, DK on the final tier for all of those, Peach on the final tier, and then Cranky. We might even just keep the anti-boss weapon unless there's a good reason not to. Yeah, so there's one weapon here that's for finding all the puzzle pieces, so we did miss out on that somehow. It looks like that's the only other weapon that's missing apart from clearing bosses. And of course we have the additional points in the skill tree here as well, but let's see what we're dealing with and then decide accordingly. So is this the final boss? We'll find out. Rabbit Kong Part 2. Mega Rabbit Kong, 11th hour encore. Okay. So I think we do keep the boss weapon up, Cranky. Depending on what the damage types on the upgrade are. Lots of fire effects all over the place here. Possible. Bucklers can be flanked. So first of all, let's just take a look at what he does. 38 cells of movement, so let's lock because I only just realized I can use this feature to essentially see that his range is going to be infinite over the map. Pretty much. I mean, there's some cover that looks like you can reach. And yeah, he's got a 30 damage push. He's got lots of range all over the place. So yeah, and look at that, he's got a massive attack range. So we want to spread out. Pressure lock, interesting. So there'll be some kind of environmental obstacle that we can use. Because, yeah, I guess there's some kind of objective here to hit the locks or something. We'll find out how. Burn cover block. As we know. Let's take a look. So I think the only potential upgrade we were looking at was the secondary here. Neither of these are anti-buckler, so I think we'll just keep the boss weapon. As we said. In terms of skill tree, yeah, the thing is, high ground has not been useful at all this game, really, because when do we ever get it? But in terms of DK's remaining point, there's nothing to put him on except for high ground. Oh, we could do it, but there's really no point on this map, I think. We might as well keep the skill point for whatever we want to build towards next after clearing this map, because of course there are post-game challenge maps after this as well. Anyway, in terms of each, the jump range will probably be helpful here. Weapon range I think will be most helpful, in fact. Because we want to spread out quite a bit. We'll take weapon range on her. Cranky's last point. Again, I really don't see my ground as being too useful here. The issue with Stink Eye is that it'll be good against ads, it's not really useful against bosses. Same with, well, either of these effects. So let's take it anyway. And DK, you know, I don't think we'll even bother spending the point. Because I'd rather save for something decent. And of course, it's possible to just do free resets as well on these if we ever want to, but we haven't done so at any point, and so let's take a look at them again just to see what we're dealing with. Yeah, we do want to get rid of the bucklers because they are going to put a damage reduction on them. We are, to a certain extent, just going to have to soak some damage. Okay. And also figure out what these pressure locks are all about. Can't touch them yet, but they've got to be interactable somehow, eventually. Now, Peach can do a little bit of run-through damage on these two. That's probably going to be a better idea than... well, I think we can come up with here. I think what we should do... we should try to get some burn damage on him with DK. But we should do some kind of double run through with the bucklers. Maybe even magnetize him, actually. Yeah, because we want to flank the bucklers somehow. We don't really have a lot of places to move to at the moment. But we can try to get spread out and out of his range. Now, if DK carries Peach, and then he sort of tosses her off to the side or something, does a big magnetize here, and we just kind of hit 3 in the middle. And we'll just try to take out the bucklers pretty much immediately if we're able to. The issue is whether he has some kind of immediate counterattack. I don't think he does necessarily, but... yeah, because if we carry Peach, just get dead center, and then if she has a starting movement over here, then maybe she's able to run through both bucklers and flank one. We're not behind the burn block over there, but we don't have too many choices, Really? Also, is Cranky able to reach? Yeah, we don't want to get out of Cranky's jump range, so we want to go here at best. That's one tile over the boundary there. So here. Okay. We'll try to magnetize both. This will be a little tricky, but... The idea is that we get rid of the bucklers immediately, and then we just have to soak the first turn worth of damage. And does Peach want to do to run through right now? She can, because then she can get way out of the way. Stand right next to that very dangerous looking burn block. Yeah, might as well do this now. And then put her here. I don't really like that. But again, I don't know how useful cover will be on this map anyway. We want to have her potential to flank, so we'll go over here instead. Yeah, it's better. Then DK can pull in and then hit like that. And then Cranky can do a jump accordingly, so let's go. Also, because we're going to have some movement, let's get Cranky to do Stink Eye now. Pull in. Not much damage actually because you're firing into the buckler shield. So that was actually not that effective. However, this is going to kill one. And then Peach might be able to snipe the other one. Cranky still hasn't done anything either, so you know it's possible to jump and just hit. Again, we do want everybody to spread out a bit though. So let's go like this. Okay, no immediate counter on him at least. We don't want too much friendly fire here. We can't do something like this. Jump like that. Get slightly within range without hitting DK. And we're going to be putting Cranky like right up against Rabbid Kong here, which I think is asking for trouble. But also, actually, we don't even need to do that. We can just do a run through here because we can just run through him like that. Then we can get over here. That will get within some range, but I think we just want to stretch out at this point and collect some bananas. And then just try to pelt him from afar. I mean, the grump jump damage would obviously be helpful, but I think we hit him like this. Yeah, just to do a little bit of chip damage here. That's probably everybody still standing in too close. I feel like we're going to take a huge area attack. In just a moment here. That does hit. But let's see what we can do here first. That also hits. We should probably keep the area attacks for when there are more ads to deal with those, so. Let's just pelt him with everything we have. Peach is probably going to have to drop heal next turn, so maybe we should just put shield up on her preemptively. And then this will do fine. I mean, yeah, this is going to be the anti-boss attack, so maybe we should do it, except that there's a bit of friendly fire. Again, just standing a little too close for that, so let's just do this one instead. Yeah, immune to every effect, obviously. Going down to 763, or 673 rather. That's not the worst start, considering that we got the bucklers out. And yeah, he's going to take multiple kinds of movement here. And use both weapons and get movement down. Now, what does this even do? We don't know yet. It might be a respawn point or something. Oh, also some enemies to pick up. Again, bucklers. Yeah, we can just try to halt him quickly, but I think that if we just make sure we get within range of his movement, which is going to be up to this line here, DK will take that. Let's just take a look at Cranky once more. Okay, up to that corner is fine. Then we can toss back like this and still do 40. And then get within range for something useful afterwards. We'll have to deal with spawn of the other buckler, and that's okay. This might be a good time to jump in closer. Hit this way. Yeah, the buckler is pretty well protected against stuff like that. That's the thing. He's kind of facing inwards at this point. So, however, here this will hit. Right here. What about this? No, this is the only spot. Okay. And then at this point, let's see what we can do with Peach. If she's able to get in here, and then, yeah, we want to be a little bit careful around the damage potential on Cranky here. But if we're able to tap this way, then maybe we're okay. It's going to do friendly fire, but we'll just have to soak it. There's 11 over there, that's fine. Let's shield it though. Is DK able to throw anything? No, because he's already moved. I want to get Peach in range for a heal then. Yeah, I think DK will just have to hit here. Unfortunately, can't really do anything about the buckler there. But he's frozen out, at least. We could potentially put him to sleep. Yeah, the problem is you have the other buckler coming in here as well. We need to be aware of that. I think it's a good idea to heal up this turn then. And we'll just try to do something like the drone drop over here. If it does friendly fire, that's okay. Then we just heal Cranky out of it. She's going to be flanked by this guy, though. That's the issue. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, unfortunately, he doesn't really get in here. It just cuts through Cranky at that position. I think we'll just try to banana and see what the deflection is like. Yeah, it's a buckler at the back just doesn't get hit at all. But we can put on the REI here. Each can just go for a straight attack this way, perhaps. Instead of trying to target that. Because that's going to miss currently. Yeah, too bad about Cranky's position there. Oh well. I think we just shoot then. And to be safe, well, I don't know, we might want to keep the heal for next turn. That might be a bit risky though with Cranky in his current position. He's very exposed and we've got Buckler right next to him. We better heal now. And then actually, yeah, he should put on a sleep effect now. Just to reduce risk on that Buckler. Because it's in just a bad position. And then let's put Donkey Kong on this one for the one that's coming out. So I bet there's a phase 2. Because we don't know what's going on with anything yet with the traps that are on the side. That's okay. I think we can probably last until the next heal becomes available. Yeah, there's got to be a phase 2. There's no way that, you know, you just burn this guy down right away like this. But the question is then, is there any reason why we want to go for the Buckler now, or do we want to go for some kind of phase transition immediately if we can do it? Because I feel like if we can hit now, we should. Or, of course, we can just do some kind of area attack by picking this guy up and tossing him. And then getting right in here to do a group attack. You know, right up here. Then, yeah, stomped them both. The out of bounds we'll deal with mostly. Not entirely. We get a line attack over here, and then that will do a fair bit. And actually, Cranky's movement, if you can get a stomp down, will be enough to work with. We don't even need that. We'll just use Peach to take him out. And then, yeah, for sure, there's got to be a phase 2. So let's just not burn too many cooldowns yet. So do we get to use the traps on the side yet? We'll find out. So do we go for those ourselves? Probably, I would say, but... we're about to find out. Okay, so... I see, yeah, because he's got this shield here that totally scrambles his HP number. And so we do need to go for everything, which means that in terms of movement, we want to get as much jumping done as possible. Just to reach all locations as quickly as we can, which means that DK will want to do a pickup and throw. Oh, DK is not available because, yeah, I guess this is on the same turn. So we're still continuing the previous turn. Okay. So our options are actually a little bit limited. However, Cranky hasn't actually moved yet, which means that if we can get him into a position like this, where, you know, Peach comes here and Cranky jumps, then tries to get a little further in terms of distance, we might be in better shape than we think. So let's say Peach goes here. It's way out of the way. Cranky goes here and jumps all the way over, and then the jump, yeah, it should not smack anything, but well, that doesn't really help too much though, because he can't cross over here directly. But it does allow him to cover more ground. That hit quite a bit harder than I would have liked. But yeah, we hit the locks, and then... Now the thing is, we need to hit the locks simultaneously. That would be something we need to think about. Oops, Smashers. That's okay, Smashers can be outrun. We don't care about them too much. I guess we'll just have to find out. Now the thing is, in that case, do we want to go Cranky here and then get a jump out with Peach? No, we want to just go Peach here, I think. Okay, yeah, we just need to hit each point then. Then, oh, he's going to helicopter over and hit whoever tries to go for a lock. Okay, that's important to know. So we don't go for a lock with somebody who's too low. We should have put a shield up first. We'll put a shield up here anyway, but at this point, we definitely try to go as far as we can with DK to try to hit the next lock. Now, Cranky, however, is able to come anywhere over here. So if he's kind of crossing over in this spot, what DK can do is go anywhere along here and get a toss back. So we grab this one, and then we want to lock whatever Cranky's movement is. This spot looks okay, and then you do a throw. The issue is that Peach is so far out of position for any kind of potential heal. Do is stomp like this. He's going to get right next to them, but then DK can chain them and then run them over the other way. Maybe. Maybe not the best idea, given that we want to just kind of hit everything quickly. Yeah, so the question is, do we want to take these out now? And I don't think we necessarily need to. But we do need to get Peach out of there to do some healing, so... Yeah, we put them on Overwatch, then, you know, they start running, they get drawn over this way. That may or may not be dangerous. DK, of course, is still able to hit with a banana here as well. Let's, yeah, actually, let's get down here and stomp, because then how much is DK able to do? Quite a fair bit, actually, with a burn effect. Or even with a magnetize effect and a stomp, he could actually take them out soon. But then you'd be behind in terms of tempo, in terms of actually hitting the logs, so... I think we should just get out of here. And get over to this position. And if we want, we can try to pelt them. Maybe we can, because then DK is still able to hit pretty well. Yeah, you do a line shot over here. And then draw them over. Then DK can try to finish them. And since they're inked, then we don't have to deal with their primary attack. At least not immediately. That actually hits pretty hard. Both of them. Hard enough that DK could actually finish them with the banana. Great. That worked out really well. Except he burned himself. Okay. I can never plan around that. That burn effect is sending chaos everywhere. Alright, that's fine. As long as we're still able to make a run for the other locks after that. Then, in that case, let's pass the turn. Anything else that we want to do here? Oh, shield and Peach, for sure. Oh, actually, she's still able to, well, theoretically attack, but she can't actually damage anyone, so... Let's put that up on her. And then we'll save the magnet. Let's see what happens. Got another respawn over there. That's okay. We'll hopefully just take care of the locks before that becomes relevant. The locks will take down a shield, then we still have to burn down Rabbid Kong after that, I would bet. It's hard, but then we'll hopefully get Peach's heal cooldown up and running soon. That's fine. Okay, we do have to watch out for Summers. So ideally we get Peach a little closer to be within heal range sooner rather than later, but if she just kind of gets over here, then maybe DK is able to do something about that. DK is also able to magnetize at that point too. But again, I think Rabbit, or Cranky Rabbit should definitely take the spot though this turn. You can also, yeah, he's not quite within range for that yet, but... Oh, he's got Summoner Scrambler, so we can definitely try to pick something up and then whack this guy. Maybe... he can sit on a lock, actually. Yeah, that's fine. Pick this up. Stand on this and toss. And try to burn him back this way. And I guess I'm really close, which is great because then we can hit. Oh, forgot to account for that. Yeah, so we want to be careful with this because he's going to be a little low on HP, especially with this attack coming in. Okay, didn't think about that so much. But with Magnetize, then Summoner Scrambler might be able to hit over there. So let's get Peach a little bit closer so we can get her within healing range soon enough. Also, we can take down the lock right now and then we can see what happens, because then if it disables the shield, then we can actually do some meaningful damage with DK. And What do we do? We just need to run somebody there, I guess. Also leads them away, so that's okay. That's okay. Then we just run Peach over, I guess. Because we just need to run somebody over, right? So... And then that will hopefully do the shield disable. Alright, in that case, we can just magnetize the stomp over here, and that should hit, so... Also, we can put on the Hairy Eye to be absolutely sure. No, we can't, because we need to magnet on the same movement point. Okay, let's smoke this, because we have the summoner bonus. And then we just run Peach over as quickly as we can. Even though she's way out of range to heal anybody. But yeah, she'll have her movement range not quite reached next turn. Okay, so we do need to survive a little longer. That's too bad. So we'll need to get out of here with some of these guys before they totally get whacked. Particularly because he's standing on the edge, and so there's going to be that knockdown damage on the edge that's going to be a problem. I bet we just lose the perfect entirely because of that. Let's just pass the turn, though. Yeah, that's gonna hit. We need to group up and heal, I think, probably. Because otherwise we're going to get into some pretty serious trouble. Yeah, because Peach can't quite reach. She's still healthy, though. Now, she runs over here. Maybe she can get within healing range for Cranky. But whether we can get within healing range for DK is a different question. And yeah, we might just have to soak whatever comes in from the summer. I mean, if we stay far away from it, maybe that's not an issue. I think we just need to stay too far away from it. Yeah, we'll just need to let this come up, unfortunately. I just don't see a good alternative for that right now. But then we would have to be mindful of the grenade risk. Right? Let's say, yeah, this way is kind of a dead end for DK, so not great. However, if we do something like a cover pickup, can we actually hit from this side? Kind of, not very well. We can also put it to sleep with Cranky. Get within sleep range for it. Let's see here. Long Story's got, what, about 9 range? Depending on how you count. We're not really going to be within range, I think. Maybe if you get right on this corner here. Might be better to just have Peach on healing range then. Let me check her heal. Because if you do this, then it's about 10 range, which means that if you account for a movement, she should actually be able to reach Cranky. So I'm going to do that. The issue is DK all the way at the back there. I think he just needs to run from the summoner. Oh, no, we got 2 summoners. So, yeah, you can't just And from both, can you? We're actually way too spread out right now. Well, in that case, we will need to take out something here. Maybe, because otherwise we're just going to be whacked by grenades or something on both sides. Or we might just need to run Cranky over here and start firing. But he doesn't really have a good shot. He has a 100% shot over here, actually, oddly enough. So maybe if he bounces that one out, you can take care of it. We just need them to survive long enough, I guess, for Peach to reach the next objective, right? So we could even just put this one to sleep and then... Yeah, I think that's better. So if we're going to risk not getting the healing Cranky, what we're going to do instead is move him over here. Try to pop to sleep. We can get within range for that. And then... see what we can do from there. Let's move him over here. Bit risky. So we can try to pelt him over here. That's 100%. Right, 100% on that attack. And it does ink him. And it does put him within the sleep range. We might as well do it. Oh, it actually brings him really close. Can DK actually do something about that then? Not really. We better take him down then. With DK, yeah, he still can't really go around this way, so he'd have to... I think he should go for the middle and try to just approach Peach, so he's not trapped in this corner. That would mean probably going here. We can go behind cover just in case it matters. But we'll definitely need to put the sleep on this one. Now, I don't know if this will be a win condition. It might just be dropping the shield and then we have to burn down the boss afterwards. So let's see. It makes a certain amount of sense for DK to use Harry Eye just in case he gets pelted by the one on the other side. And yeah, Peach just needs to move in close. And again, we have to save to heal. Because we need to group up. So hopefully we don't lose anybody this turn. Because we would like to do this perfectly. Nope, that's not going to do anything. Now, how much of a pushback is this going to do? A lot. So unfortunately, we might still be unable to reach. That's a big problem, actually. Big problem, but she can get a heal out of that. So let's bring the group together and try to heal up. Yeah, because... oh, she can still reach. Okay. Let's reach first then, because we know we'll need to try it. And then we'll see what happens at that point. Because whether it goes into a third phase... where the shield is down and we need to burn him down. We needed to do it now. Oh, the group gets together, okay. Let's do a group attack. Yeah, it does knock down a shield, so do we continue to fight from there? Or is it just a cutscene win? Might just be a cutscene win, so. Let's not be tempted by this thing. Well, anyway, they need to have a word with each other. Here, have a banana. An untainted one. Generosity saves the day. Rabbid Peach, despite her heartless actions atop the block tower that led us here, has proven herself a reformed rabbit, showing mercy in our hour of victory to this poor, misunderstood creature. Perhaps she is a diva of dignity, grace, and compassion. Hey, oh no, we missed a turn timer. I didn't realize that. Okay, so we have to redo it. We have to redo it. Now, I don't know if we'll do what we've previously seen and just kind of redo it, things from the same condition and power I had earlier. I don't know if we really have the patience for that necessarily. So, okay, you do need to do it in 6. Yeah, because then essentially the thing that sabotaged that was that Peach was out of range on the last turn. On the second last turn, rather. I didn't realize you had to be kind of quick. But you never actually see the turn timers until you do the battle, so I guess we'll do it again. We will probably do it with further upgrades, I guess. But I'm just thinking about how, yeah, we'll see what the new weapons available are as well, because, you know, maybe we just blast through this. It would be nice to show that we can do it the way that I just had my loadout set up already, but because it was really just that one bit of movement at the end that caught us out. I mean, I guess you're kind of limited by the fact that Rabbid Kong is going to push you back, first of all, if you get close. And secondly, that yeah, if you're hitting the locks, you're only going to have a certain amount of time to get back to center. I mean, if you know the map, if you know that you need to go back to the origin point, you can set that up much faster, I suppose. But let's do a retry. And beat the current performance. Yeah, tight turn timers on World 4 here, which is good, because we like that we actually have to work for it. Given that we've largely breezed through this, just as we did with the main game originally. This was already kind of a more interesting and engaging set of worlds, I think, compared to how I remember the original being fairly trivial. So, okay, so let's take a look at what we have for upgrades to begin with. We don't have the puzzle one, obviously, but we should have all of the remaining available weapons. So we're missing some of the primaries for collecting all puzzle pieces. If we take the 1600s, we can get 3 of them. And that has the damage against bucklers, which is especially good here, so. Yeah, because, well, let's see what we have. Smashing the smashers, yeah, pretty good spike in damage for everything here. And then pretty significant gain even against the boss weapon here, against hoppers, but of course that's less of a priority. Given that we had the smasher bonus there, well, let's take a look. What will be most useful? I think we definitely pick this one up. As DK's a top weapon. And in terms of his stomp, does have the extra 10 against smashers. Let's take a look once again. Against collectors, really. That's interesting as the top level weapon. I think we keep the bonus against bucklers, so it's too immediately useful. But yeah, this will be putting this on push instead of honey, but it'd be a nice gain. This is against Smashers. I think we just upgrade all the primaries. Why not? And just get that extra damage here. Again, damage was not really the issue. Movement was the issue, but at this point I don't really mind just breezing through this. If we can. And actually, you know, get some of these unlocks a bit of a go here. So, 4 points on DK. Let's see. Yeah, previously, you know, when we redid battles, we just kept the same loadout just to show I could do it. But I think I'm eager to just blow through this with the extra turn on the timer. So we have 4 points available. Even more throw damage is great. Given how heavily we use that, I think it's actually more useful than the throw range. We use that very heavily, in fact. So I think we definitely take the enemy throw. Well, let's scan around just in case. Yeah. The other one I'd consider is the range. But we love to throw, so. Peach, again, we don't have enemies generally clustered enough to have the extra dash be immediately useful. I think weapon range is probably better for her. We have 4 points to work with, so Mega Heal is probably quite good as well, given the circumstances. But if you take something that's a 3-pointer on her, let's see. I think we take the heal then, just to get ourselves completely topped off. As far as Cranky goes, then we did make use of the Snake Eye quite a fair bit, and that takes it up to full. However, putting it on every one turn is actually probably more beneficial. Once again, just to increase our damage output by quite a lot. I say we take it. And we just have the one straight point of DK, which once again we will probably save for something more useful when we get into challenge modes and such. If there are more points that are available at that point. We don't know. Alright, let's just fight. And redo the fight. So again, yeah, 6 turn timer. We know a lot more about the fight now, so we can aim for that with some foreknowledge. Same idea here, I think. We just pull everything in and just nuke the bucklers in the first move, if we can. So, once again, let's just take a look at how we'll do for movement here. So we want to get here. And again, we want to throw Peach up there. So, yeah, the second furthest block that we can go to. And we'll toss Peach backwards. Or even here, yeah, so we can get full range movement on her. Peach will do a double run here. And stand behind here. And we just magnetized this before. And we magnetize. We don't want to use the Snake Eye now because we discovered that when you're facing the bucklers this way, that's not going to do very much. It won't be very effective. We'll just pull everyone in. And yeah, that's just going to outright kill these two, I think. We hope. And once again, we have a bit of self-burn. So yeah, we have to take him down to 0 as quickly as we can because that's what gets you in phase 2, so we'll do that. Now we can put up Snake Eye and then Oh yeah, also now Cranky's jump is out of range because we didn't account for DK burning himself, so we'll move in a little closer, take cover, and then just pelt him. Yeah, we'll drop it on him immediately as a boss attack. Can Peach reach over here? She can. That will actually do a little bit better, so let's shield up. And just shoot him. Yeah, once again, we have to budget for the fact that whenever you hit one of the locks, he does attack whoever is landing on the lock, so we need to make sure we heal up for that. The Overwatch wasn't actually very effective there. Okay, now we're kind of way out of range here, which is too bad because, yeah, it also means that we can't quite pick up some of this stuff. That's okay, we'll get over here and pick up and throw. Be rather unwisely behind a burn block once again. So, but if we get over to this corner here, it's okay, we're a bit exposed, I think. It's a buckler, okay. So DK's going to pick up, he's going to go to these stones here. And let's see about his throw range. Not quite. Doesn't quite do it. What about here on this corner? No, not quite. But if we use Peach instead as the jumping point for Cranky, then that's fine. She can just go over here. And he can go a bit closer. And again, rather unwisely, stand right behind the fire. Because what you can do is stand over here and then drop a drone. Oh, hang on. Let's make sure she's within Cranky's movement. So yeah, right along here maybe is better. No, here is good. But we can try to get in close. Again, bit exposed, but that's way out of range actually. It's not gonna work. That's okay. The idea is to try to hit. Now, Buckler is kind of way back, so we're not really as effective about this as we were before, but we can kind of get a bit of a line attack against it. Not really. It's way out of position. So yeah, this is actually not going too well, but we can put it to sleep. So we can just put him right up against. Over here. We'll put that one to sleep in a moment, but let's do the line attack here first. Oh, line of sight is blocked. Hang on. Oh, we need to fire at this guy. Then, yeah, everybody can just fire and fire and fire. Let's see here. And then Peach is within range to get a bit of healing done afterwards. Definitely put him to sleep, I think. The Buckler, rather. And then DK is... Actually, yeah, if you have Buckler asleep, then it's not able to put up its own shield. Now, this attack would probably wake it. Then you would be able to get it down by quite a bit. Let's put up the Overwatch first. If we attack into this, I think it does wake the buckler, that's the issue. But we'd be able to kill it pretty quickly after that. Yeah, it does wake up, unfortunately. But then let's just go enemy turn. We'll get flanked by the other buckler, that's the issue. But if we know what's going on out of phase 1, then we can get into position right away for phase 2. And get all the movement down correctly. That's the issue. We might still have trouble with the turn timer, just given that this turn has not gone quite as well. Okay, well, we need to get in there and... Yeah, Cranky is able to jump in and shoot. DK is able to pull in and... no, he can't pull this turn, but... What can happen is that Cranky can come into this block here. Kind of a nice move away from that. That's, let's go over here. And then Peach can shoot from this position. To knock down here. And then, if necessary, Peach can fire backwards against that guy. It'll be better to jump in this way and then nuke once again. And then that way Cranky is sort of immediately in position for that knock. Not quite, I guess. I also totally forgot to drop the heal on Peach. Now, this can be thrown, though. This, you can do it a throw, and then after the throw, you can take a shot on this guy. In fact, it might even be better... Yeah, we'll go here, because then we can hit second lock quickly. And then I feel like he's going to burn himself here, but that's okay. We'll do this. Oh, he's totally going to burn himself. Well, maybe if he gets within Peach heal range, then it's not too bad. Or am I within heal range? I am. Well, let's just drop it now. I think that's a better idea. Because then we have it on cooldown for the next time we actually need it, after we've taken a few hits. And then we just fire away. And then... Yeah, Peach, I think, just shoots. And then we get into phase 2. Now, phase 2 continues on the same turn, as we discovered. But then we have all the ads down. And Cranky's sitting directly on top of the lock. So yeah, if you know where the map's going to go, obviously that expedites things. The first time around we weren't sure how the phase transitions would work, and also where the endpoint is after you hit the locks. But now that we know what the objective is, and that also just reaching the escape point instantly wins, that simplifies many, many things. We will not really get any use out of Snake Eye though, until we have some summoners up and running, so let's not use it. We can't hit anything. So, yeah, pass turn. Okay. A little bit off position there, but that's okay. We can... do something It's too bad DK's so far out of position over there because ideally we want him to do a pickup or something. And yeah, because well, it's this. I think we actually get DK to pick up somebody who comes here first, then he does a throw back here, and then he proceeds to outside himself. Now the issue is we won't really do much with the Smashers this turn, but it makes a certain amount of sense for him to well, let's see what we're doing with in terms of the Smasher position, but so the idea is, do we send Peach or do we send Frankie? Not too much of a difference in terms of their movement range this turn, except yeah, DK can still pick up. I think he picks up and throws Peach over in the middle. But then Cranky's got a long walk out, and that means that he can't take advantage of the grump jump. Because it's on the way out or on the way back that we are largely concerned about. So that's okay. I think we put Peach forward, or if she goes like this, then Cranky can jump, DK can throw. That's okay, we'll do this. Again, as soon as someone hits a lock, they take damage, so we need to be aware of that. And probably, again, let's take a look at his movement points here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it goes to this corner and then throws. And then we can do this. And try to hit 2 locks next turn. And everybody's going to take some damage, and then we just need to figure out what to do about the Smasher Gate since we're not smashing through it immediately the way we would typically like. But that's okay, because I think we just put Cranky here immediately first. Yeah, there's a backwards bounce on it. That's the thing we have to be aware of, because it does obstruct your movement a bit. It means that Cranky is likely the one who has to make a run for it after we hit the other 2 locks. Which, again, is going to be a bit of a movement issue, I think. Because depending on whether we just get enough movement out of that turn, that could seriously affect whether we're able to continue. Well, we might as well. Yeah, well, the Snake Eye's not really going to reach the Smashers this turn. Let's just pass. And we want a Peach Shield this turn. We're going to put up the Peach Shield before she hits the lock. I think that's the idea. Also, what you can do is you can preemptively drop this, because then the drone is able to chip away at the Smashers with this kind of 1-turn advance on the attack. I like that idea. Let's go for that. Okay. And then we'll hold into this. I'm still kind of concerned about turn timer here in terms of just whether we can get enough movement going. Now, DK getting pushed back there is fine, except for the fact that we need to burn a movement point on him anyway to hit the lock. Which is not great, but yeah, so I guess the drone I didn't pan out. because everything got smashed up. However, Peach can run over this guy. So you can even take a shot on him first and then run over him, I think. That would be better. Now, here's the question about Cranky. Yeah, you see, the thing is, you've got turn 5 over here. You can't win on turn 6 because you just don't have enough movement, right? So, essentially, I think in order to win, we have to actually get into phase 2 a turn earlier than we're doing. Which means hitting Rabbid Kong a lot faster than we've been doing. Possibly with more things like throw effects and like. Because the issue we're running into right now is that we simply don't have the movement points to get out on turn 6. I'm not sure how we can. We should try to play this out anyway, because, yeah, but we'll redo it to try to do the turn 6 finish, because it seems like we're actually even further behind our previous pace, in spite of, you know, getting people into position as an early. Now, we're going to get the pushback from hitting the lock on this turn, so what we need to do is we need to fire first, and then dash through it. Oh, that's too far. Oh, no, that killed it, though. We put up the shield. We might actually want to get DK's side going first. And in fact, Magnetize isn't far enough here. We might want to grab a block to toss against the Smashers in advance. Doesn't really hit. It's too bad. You can actually throw on top of these spots. Not really. I don't think that would... You know, that's a good question. Do we actually need to hit a lock ourselves? Because if we don't, that could simplify things quite a bit. I think we do need to hit a lock ourselves. I would really not imagine that we can just drop an object there, but... Ideally, for next time, what we want to do is want to drop somebody directly on the lock. Yeah, because we have this problem right now, where we're burning a movement point just on touching. And of course, you have this issue with... Actually, if Rabbid Kong is always coming in from a certain direction, what we want is for him to get a push that will actually help us, perhaps. I don't know. The thing is, like, I just don't see how we can get out on the appropriate turn this time. But let's take a look at the direction from which he comes in, because... Yeah, this thing, we're so out of position. Because we're even further behind on a turn timer than we were last time. Just from all the bouncing around and bouncing back. We would need the group to come together, and then for some kind of big pickup or jump maneuver to occur, like some kind of chaining, where we can chain a few of them in position. But DK is so far out of the way, I don't see it happening. Okay. Well, we might as well do the snake eye here. But yeah, I just don't see this happening on turn 6. So yeah, I think we just need to take out phase 1 one turn earlier. Because we just don't have enough movement available to finish in 6 otherwise. That doesn't help at all. I was hoping Smashers would move first, but they don't. Yeah, so cover does kind of matter. You get that 50% block on this row. Yeah, this is turn 6 here. We just don't have a way to do it, I think. Everybody's too far out. No, we can try to get to turn 7 clear again just to get clear, but then we have to redo it for that. It's interesting that even with the added damage, that's not quite enough to work with here. If we can get over here, then we can get within healing range, maybe. And maybe pick up this guy. Get something going over here. Yeah, everybody's just way out of position. Oh well. And DK is also still too far to be healed. We didn't get in close enough either. Yeah, too far away. We should still heal because Peach needs it, but let's just blow this way first. And we just don't have the movement. We can get it over here. That's at least behind cover, somewhat. That's going to lead these guys back, so I don't know if we actually want to do that. Maybe, just to get some of the damage down, but... Actually, if you lead them both in, then you can put them to sleep. But yeah, it's the damage output in phase 1 that is short by about a turn, I think. So this went, I guess, equivalently to last time, in terms of time. Let's just heal up here. Oh, taking chances. And we can't actually do anything with DK, we just need to... It's a turn. So yeah, we're going to finish on 7 once again. 6 is tight. And of course we would have been faster on the first turn if we didn't have the self-burn. At least he didn't get the knockback this time, which is important. Yeah, because he just finishes, but then again, we're 1 turn behind. We'll skip it. Still haven't beaten it. Okay, let's redo. So we can do phase 1 faster than we should. Again, maybe we're not doing enough with throw effects and the like. I don't think we're going to do anything different here necessarily in terms of the setup. We're going to eventually try to respec for some things, but you know, we've already got as much movement as we can handle, so probably isn't going to be something like that. Also, yeah, we haven't really made that much use of the Peach dash attack. Have we, or rather, the peach dash attack can be used once you magnetize everybody in. And so we don't necessarily even need to throw her. In that case, it might actually be beneficial to do an object throw rather than a peach throw. And then magnetize in. Let's do that. Let's try to go here. And then see if we can get with a magnet range for everything. We'll try not to burn DK prematurely here. We should be able to take down one of them. So we can dash through one, for instance, and take this. Now Donkey Kong's going to get hit, but I don't think we necessarily care as long as we just nuke everyone. Cranky's also going to get hit, actually. Let's stop the stomp attack here. That's okay, we'll just get Peach in there to heal everyone. And it'll be okay. And actually, yeah, this attack does fine. This attack will do a bit more damage against... well, let's see here. Yeah, because if we go Peach like this, then we can pull back, heal, we can take a shot at somebody if needed. So we should actually go for Scrambler. Where did I send Cranky? Where did I just blast him? He's way out of position. Okay, so let's go Peach over here and do a jump. Because then she can cleanse. When she cleanses, she can get over here and heal. And then she can take a shot. Does Cranky need cleansing? Not really. So let's go over here. We can also soak one attack before we take a shot, but maybe that would push everybody too far out of the way, so perhaps not advisable. Behind cover? No, we want to make sure that she's within range. Okay. So we drop the heal. Yeah, take the shot first, I think. This is actually slightly better. It's okay if we use this though. What about the percentage chance? It's actually 70% out of way. So yeah, right now this is outpacing the great weapon. We don't want to hit DK, that's the issue. But either way, we are at risk of inking ourselves. Oh yeah, that was not great, but that's okay, it'll wear off. Then we heal up. Snake Eye. Might have accidentally sabotaged ourselves slightly here by not having DK's Overwatch be available, but... we're hitting our own guy quite often here. Okay, way out of the way. We'll just need to chase him. Yeah. If we keep the group bunched up a little bit better, then, you know, DK's throw might actually be more useful. Cranky can get a jump from this position. Peach can't really. But she can jump further up here if need be. Probably best to just shield her out of this bit, though. On the other hand, yeah, it DK steps back one spot. Like this. Can he still catch the throw? No, not really. Okay, same idea as before, though. Yeah, Cranky can get up here, then we throw from next to the burn block. Or, well, we can't quite reach. Yeah, it doesn't quite hit. Too bad. Just slightly out of position. And of course we want to cleanse him anyway, so... Let's cleanse him anyway. And we'll see what we can do. But we're kind of losing about a turn's worth of attacks here. That's the issue that I see. But we do have that within range. Okay. Let's just cleanse first. Because as long as Cranky can reach, it's okay if the throw doesn't go necessarily. We do want DK to be within attack range, though. The question is, can he get enough of a throw? Here, for instance. Hit back here, not really. Actually, yeah, he can. Stand here. This is the buckler again, who's going to be kind of out of position, though. He is reversed against us. Oh, no, he's not. He's going to spin. Okay. And then we're going to come back here and try to hit. Oh, slightly out. That will hit. Same kind of strategy that we went for before. Again, if Cranky puts on a sleep, then we can actually whack this immediately. Peach can also go for something like this. Yeah, ideally we just take him down this turn, but I don't think we can do it. We don't quite have the damage down. However, with Hairy Eye available, we might be able to push the damage just over the line. Which means that Cranky should do the sleep, because then DK's attack should be able to chain both. Maybe. Yeah, it will. So, let's do this. And then DK should get the kill, yep. On the buckler on the back. That's one less thing to worry about. So DK is going to be on Overwatch this turn. Other than that, though, these two need to just ult as far down as they can. About 100 damage off this. And Peach should just use this. If DK is on Overwatch, then maybe we can take this down with full movement on turn 3, which is what we want. So we would be one turn ahead in terms of our tempo going into the switch phase. I would say that Peach definitely puts up the shield this turn. Although, of course, you can always put up the shield going into... Well, it wasn't that effective, actually, when she did it going into the switch pressing, but... That's okay. Yeah, no, we're going to be flanked here by the other buckler, so we better put it up. Okay, he's way back. Hopefully he can still reach the panel this turn, because then DK firing, that's going to knock him down, and that's going to get us into phase 2 on turn 3, which is what we want. So hopefully not too many mishaps from this point. So yeah, Cranky's going to go for one switch right away. But we're a turn ahead of where we were previously in terms of movement, at least. Because previously we were kind of getting this phase transition at the end of turn 3, which was way too late to move about the map in time. Now, we still have 1 turn cooldown on a heal. That's important to know. Because, oh, look at that. Just out of reach. Just out of reach. Very annoying. Very, very annoying. But that's okay. He can go there next turn, because then Peach can get a heal down instead. The other thing that can happen is... Oh, look, and DK's out of reach to, you know, do a grab here as well. The other thing that can happen, though, is that DK can do a grab and then back throw onto the switch. I think. Let's just make sure this can actually get done. Yeah, so you can throw somebody onto the switch, which means that Cranky doesn't need to get in this position because DK can back throw him from there. And then if we keep the group together, then we are able to potentially... Well, let's see. Heal up going into next turn. But then we kind of lose the tempo on that in terms of movement, which is not great. Because what we would really like to do is get one switch activation down. But DK can... Okay, so if Peach goes back here, that's fine. She takes some damage. DK can go back here, come over here, and toss Cranky forward. And Cranky can go for the second switch. And then Peach is able to be within a reasonable range to run up to DK and do a group heal after that. And that might be better, because I'm thinking a little more carefully about Peach's position just for healing purposes. I don't think we'll be able to do much about that buckler on the other side, though. That's the only thing. Because we don't have Magnetize up this turn. We can throw something against him, but I think we'd rather... Well, what was I considering? I was considering Cranky moves up here, then DK can take him to a back throw. Or even a forward throw. To get him into a better position. So the question is, like, where do we want to put Peach? If we put Peach kind of closer to this position, then we could do a bit of a group heal with her next turn. But it depends on where all the characters get pushed, right? That's the main issue that we have right now. Because, yeah, she'll likely be pushed back a bit. I think we'd take Cranky up here, we'd take DK, we pull him back, we grab Cranky, we throw forward. And then see what happens from there. So Peach should definitely take this position then. Activate now. Then Rabbid Kong is going to jump in and hit. So what we should do is, yeah, put him up here. And he'll still have an attack available. This time we'll try not to have DK standing on the other side of his attack for all the complications that caused. I don't remember what my healing range is, but we'll try to get over here, and then, because that way Donkey Kong can come over here and flank, and Cranky can flank even further. Now, ideally, we hit both switches at once after that. We don't want to send DK too far because we want him to be able to reach the switch next turn. And we want Peach to get within healing range next turn. So if we go here, then we can get the Cranky Stomp on this side here. Cranky takes a shot, DK can take a shot. And then we get the Buckler out of the way at least. Okay. Now, can DK actually reach? Yes, he can. That, in fact, we'll get pretty close to getting a kill. And then it'll burn Cranky, but oddly enough, it's going to burn him so far that he's able to get him pretty close to the switch. Not that it will help when he's that far out. Okay. That was more accidentally effective than I could have counted on. Let's see. Yeah, so DK's got nothing going on. Cranky's got nothing going on this turn. Peach has just hit, take damage, and then she needs to run towards DK and heal him up next turn. Because she's going to get whacked right now. It's going to come in as expected. And yeah, she needs to pass. And then she's going to get up to DK to heal him up. Before more switches are pressed. We should be on the schedule this time. There are the smashers that are going to come up, but we're not actually too worried about those yet. Yeah, so we're a turn ahead of the smashers this time, so we're actually in a good position to hit the timer. Yeah, unfortunately we might get a bit of knockback here, which is going to do a ton of damage to Cranky. The issue here as well is that Cranky's going to take a hit after he pushes the lock. We might even want to hold up on that. So we want Peach to go as far as she can, essentially. Because then she can try to get within healing range. And given that we might actually want Cranky not to hit the lock this turn and come out here instead, to see if we can get him within the heal. We need to count tiles. We can't quite get in nearly far enough. Yeah, because we have a summoner here too. We really can't mess around with the movement too much, I think. Because otherwise we'll lose that turn advantage that we worked to build. So my concern right now is that if we hit this lock with Cranky, he gets smoked. And we don't have a good answer to that yet. Because we'll likely be burning a heal this turn. So the question is whether we want to burn a turn on a bit of a repositioning to get a big group heal down. Or if we want to hit a lock now. One of the locks will have to go on turn 5 anyway. Which means that by that point we need characters running. So I think we need to heal up now. We might just have to take the risk with Cranky. Which might be a problem because he's so far out of the way. So the other alternative is to do some kind of back throw DK over here. Then... No, that's not going to get within range either. So, okay, no, we just need to get up there with Peach and try to heal up, I think. But Peach might even want to head towards the corner position here, just so she can be the one who runs, particularly with the shield up. I was thinking about how we'll do this because it's the damage on Cranky that I'm most concerned about right now. Because he's going to take a ton of punishment. And with Rabbit Kong jumping around everywhere, it's a little difficult to mitigate that somehow. What we can do... Now, DK's movement is not great on this map because he doesn't have dandelion swings, etc. But we bunch up Peach a little closer to him. Then next turn, he can try to do some kind of throw. Although, actually, here's an idea. Here's an idea. Peach goes up here. DK is able to move back here and throw Peach. If he throws Peach, we might actually be able to get to group heal. But the problem is, do we have enough time to hit the locks if we spend a turn doing this kind of movement? Let's figure this out. So he can hit in this location. Yeah, because that way we actually get a full heal. But the problem, of course, is that DK's movement right now is one block off of where we need. I need to count the healing range again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's way out of position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Shouldn't be in spot over here. But then DK can do an additional throw back here next turn. The issue is the summoner launching grenades and such. But yeah, somebody else can be thrown here next turn to hit that lock. But this way we don't worry so much about the health. So I think we just need to get in reasonably close. Well, lands Peach probably in this spot here. Now, ideally, we take the hit with him first. Then we see where we need to land Peach, because we can actually throw her pretty far. So, actually, yeah, we're going to hit the lock first. Rabbit Kong's going to be in the way, though. That's the main thing. But we can probably afford to do this. Because we got a 70% heal now, right? So it actually makes sense to take damage first. Okay, now we see that we can get within range for the heal. And really hope we don't miscalculate. Let's take a look at her once again. Just to make sure we are absolutely sure how this range goes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. See, I don't know why she has range over here, for instance. Why that reaches that far. So she kind of has 10 range, sort of, except 8 range in one direction. Like, I don't know how this is calculated. It probably means that we're okay as long as we have, like, within a 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. As long as DK can pick her up next turn and toss her over here. That's on turn 5, and then after turn 5 we need to make sure that we can actually break for the exit. That's going to be tricky. Because it's dependent on Cranky getting a really big run over here. And possibly jumping. I don't know, I think we're still going to be off by the turn timer. Okay. So, if DK is going to throw, let's think about his movement here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like, he throws into this spot, that's the corner spot here. Maybe Peaches put it in healing range for everything we need. But I don't want DK to be the runner next turn, do I? Because then we want Cranky to kind of team jump. And then Peach jumps over him and leapfrogs over. Maybe that works. We'll need to deal with Smashers, but that's okay. Yeah, we probably need to get Cranky and Peach to leapfrog each other over. And that might be the fastest way we can do it, which means that DK should actually be the one to take the back panel. Which means he needs to go one spot. And then see what kind of throw he gets there. If you throw it here, is he within healing range? 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm not sure he is. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we'll need to risk it. I don't know how the calculation is done. Pretty heal range. We just need to risk it. Okay, let's see. Can she heal everyone? Yes, she can. Okay, that's good. That's great news. Okay, that's good. That actually still has a problem with our movement range. Look at that, because apparently you need an additional movement point. Put something or someone on it, which means that you can actually maybe dump a block there. Maybe we should try that next turn. Because otherwise we're not going to make it in time. Yeah, otherwise we're going to have problems. We keep thinking that we need to step on a switch, but maybe if you toss a block... But the block would just shatter though, so I don't... We should have just tried it out last time when we didn't know who would make the timer. Because right now, yeah, there's still not enough movement. Which is a little irritating because I thought we had the calculation right. Luckily we got the calculation right on the heal. But maybe we're still able to pick up Peach. Yeah, pick up Peach and then do a throw back here and then... And then we'll still be okay because we're at full health. Okay, in that case, let's see what we can do here. Can't hit anything. Can't hit anything. Can we? Well, we can. We can kind of lead one away. We know that the drone previously just got kind of pushed out. This also, if you get the crit on it, it's a limited hit rate to begin with, but then you can take out the summoner. But I don't know if we want to worry about that at this point. I guess we'll put on the Stink Eye just in case it does anything, but no, we shouldn't. We should save it for when we actually know that it's not going to hit the boss by mistake. I think we send a drone over. And that'll allow us to clear space, maybe. 50, yeah, only 35% on the crit, so it's probably not going to flush it out. So we should send a drone. And put it in the middle like that. Gives Rabbid Kong an additional target too, I guess. And this one will have to be a pass. But we are fully healed. The turn timer is still the main thing I'm worried about. Because there's just so much knockback everywhere that... Okay. That actually worked out not too badly, I guess. Yeah, except he walked within range and detonated it in advance. That's the issue. That's okay. At this point, we just need to soak up some of this stuff. Okay, so Cranky can leapfrog. Now, as long as somebody hits this switch, we're fine. So if Cranky can leapfrog over here. Yeah, that's the thing, is that DK's movement is off by 1, which is terrible. I think maybe a block can just land on this. And if it does, we've solved this immediately. But I don't know if we want to risk it when we don't actually know. It does say put something or someone on it. But if blocks kind of shatter on impact, I don't know if that counts. I mean, I guess it makes contact, and you just need to make contact once. But again, I don't know if we want to risk it. Now the thing is that if DK throws Peach back here, let's see how far back we're allowed to stand. Nope. We would need one closer. And now she would get knocked back. The question is whether she would be able to escape from that point afterwards. Let's take a look here. Also, Cranky can do the stink eye over here. DK can magnetize and pull everything in a little bit. We can just try to get the smashers out of the way. But I think at this point it's pretty clear that what we need to do is definitely get a jump. Get over here as far as we can. Maybe even over here, and then that reaches. We put a stink eye, then we magnetized, and we hit... maybe. We don't want to be in a position where DK gets hit by Cranky shots, though, which was the issue we had last time. But we can kind of, yeah, jump over here now, and then we kind of get a diagonal shot on them instead, maybe. Like this. Let's do that. Okay, so what's going to happen is DK's going to get a throw, unless Peach does a jump. If Peach does a jump over here, that's also a possibility, because what can happen is that she'll just hit this lock next turn. The issue is if there's a knockback where she gets pushed way out of the way. Be concerned about it. The thing, though, is that if DK does the magnetize now, then yeah, he can't use Harry Eye, but he can pull now and then run and get Peach. I think that might be a little better. But the problem is if the pull gets him shot by Cranky, which we would not like. So I think he's going to do his throw first then. Let's let's see the range on this. Manic Groove. So we've got about 2 tiles of grace on this, so he's going to pick up, if he goes 2 tiles down, then he can land Peach on a switch. Okay, that's great, actually, because then he can still be within range for the magnet pull. I think we just do it. Okay, so he's going to come in and whack. And then we'll see if she can survive the next turn with the summoners up. That's an open question. So what DK is going to do is he's going to try to pull in. And then stop the smashers out of the way. Now, does Peach still have her movement point available? She does. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to do anything, really. Apart from maybe getting in here to flank this guy, and even so, we can't quite hit. We might just even need to run away from that, except there's this one on this end too, so either way there's a massive grenade risk on those. Oh, I totally forgot to put on Stink Eye. That's okay, DK can just nuke this stuff, maybe. Yeah, I completely forgot to put the Overwatch on. Anyway, let's just do it. That's a bad idea. Yeah, that's a bad idea. Hang on. But we got them. Because they smashed each other. They were within range to do friendly fire, so... Yeah, the issue is how much damage we get off the summoners at this point. We would be a little worried about that. But then I think we put on the Overwatch and see what happens. Now, doesn't mean that Peach over here... Unfortunately, she's just slightly out of range to get the run. But she does have a shield that she can put up. So she gets over here. She can actually just pelt this right away at 70%. Not quite. Oh, too bad. That's okay, she can put her shield up. And maybe get behind cover here, not that it will do very much. But yeah, let's just get behind cover and shield up. Still a bit of a risk of being pushed off the edge, that's the main issue we want to look at here. But as long as nobody is fully taken out, then we will hit the turn timer on the next move. And as long as you don't have Cranky pushed in a complete opposite direction or something, which is always an issue. But DK can kind of get in and throw him, if so. So hopefully the summoner tries to work its way out, and then we can take it out from there. So hopefully nobody's taken out this turn, because that would spoil the whole attempt. Yeah, this won't do anything. Oh, and of course, friendly fire. Massive amounts of friendly fire. That was not great. That actually could blow this attempt right here. Depending on whether we see grenades from the summoners or something. This could actually blow the whole attempt right now. Okay, luckily that Peach doesn't get pushed out of there. So yeah, the Overwatch Joe was not smart, as it turns out. It's okay. She's still alive. She's not being pushed off the edge. She's been pushed off the edge. Okay. That's okay. Still got 107 on her. Depending on the grenade throw, if there is one from this guy. Or this guy. We should win. So this will be on the third attempt for this fight after being one turn over the timer for the perfect clear previous attempts. And yeah, we're just going to walk out of here. We're not going to mess around with this. Let's just do it. But yeah, having the extra tempo on the phase transition into phase 2 was absolutely critical there. That's what made this happen. You want to watch the cutscene a second time? I guess we earned it. And we'll close this out properly. Yeah, so we were taking a bit longer on that last attempt just to be absolutely meticulous about the turn timer. It's nice that this game actually pushed me a little bit to do that, because I remember all the perfect objectives being just, again, completely trivial in the base game. And here we did have, I think, 3 different fights across the campaign, possibly 4, where I did need to make an additional attempt to hit the perfect marker. But with World 4, the turn timers in particular were very nicely tuned, where we basically hit the par for turns elapsed right on the dot, even when we thought we were doing very well. Apart from that one turn in clear, that was very effective. One of the earlier maps. Yeah, despite only 4 maps in this zone, actually, in terms of pacing, this world definitely managed to take a bit of time in itself, which is nice. Anyway, we finally hit the goal that we want. Now, we are missing the 2 puzzle pieces that I think must have been in Zone 3. I don't think we'll come for them today. I'm not even sure if we'll do it on stream. But there are the challenge maps that unlock after the story mode is completed, so that's something that we might cram in, not in today's stream, but possibly with some additional sessions if we want to put them in. Let's continue and let's possibly see end credits for Donkey Kong Adventure. And an end scene in general with Red Peach enjoying the fruits of her victory. Those fruits, of course, being bananas. Yeah, back to the main story they go with the washing machine in tow. Well, I got the diva part right anyhow. Well, Rabbit Kong, thank you for carrying the washer. Next time I need to move, I know who to call. Haha, little joke. Well, I think the warranty is definitely shot, but a washer is as good as new. Or at least, as good as it ever was. I suppose this is goodbye, as it is your intention to remain here and make amends for your banana racketeering. I guess that does account for where Rabbid Kong goes in the story. As for Rabbid Peach myself, it's back to the Mushroom Kingdom. I am overjoyed, however, to be parting as friends. Poor Rabbid Kong. Bananas are such sweet sorrow. Okay, selfie time. Of course, we'll take a selfie of the selfie. Anyway, we'll get to stare at Rabbid Peach's holiday collection here as we scroll through the end credits of the Donkey Kong Adventure. Now, we do know that Ubisoft credits tend to be notoriously long, so I don't know exactly how much time we'll have to just talk our way through this. It is, of course, just for the DLC, so, you know, we'll take a look at the pictures as they scroll on by and consider where to go from here. Like I said, there are challenge maps that rather sensibly unlock at the end of the adventure rather than world by world like it did in the base game. And we may take a look at those. We do have the 2 remaining puzzle pieces to wrap up as well that unlock some weapon that is ranked either below or beside the last weapon for clearing the final boss. So that might be something interesting. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this experience overall. Actually, more satisfied than I remember being with the original Mario plus Rabbids campaign. Definitely there are some mechanics that feel like they're very situational or underused. In the end, you know, I never upgraded high ground because there were so few maps where that was going to be useful. And some of the dynamism of the movement options was quite nice in terms of chaining the types into dino lines and so forth. But as you can see in the final map, that was completely inconsequential. And sometimes you just need to budget for incoming damage when you have bosses like the final one and the shark one in World 2, where they just reach all the way across the map every turn. But yeah, it looks like Rabbid Peach was taking snapshots the whole way through. But definitely the thing that we've always found about Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle as a concept that was that it is very much a tactics game that is about swift flanking movements, where you zip all over the map. In that sense, the game that seems to resemble it the most is actually SteamWorld Heist. We put quite a lot of time into SteamWorld Heist 2 last year. And in some ways I find SteamWorld Heist to be a more successful sort of intro tactics game, but there's a great likeness between the two series. And I perhaps shouldn't say series because we haven't played the second Rabbids game, Sparks of Hope, just yet. That is something that we have kicking around in the backlog for some future consideration. But there's a great deal of likeness between them in terms of just having movement all over the map and just trying to get your characters to zip around as fast as possible being the core of the gameplay in many ways, at least with the playstyle that we bring to it. Kind of like playing assault classes in XCOM, if you think about it, where you just get right into the face of the enemy. Over the course of the DK campaign, for instance, we rarely ever had that much use out of the cover effects. With the way that cover effects in Mario and Rabbids is, very stratified. You've got your 50% cover, you've got your 100% cover. You don't really have much of a gradation in between. So you hit penalties in the end were not that much of an issue because everyone was flanking everything all the time. We see that a skip button at this point is available in the credits. We might take it at some point, but right now we're just going to watch and see what kind of selfies we're here. Again, I keep thinking back to how back when I played Rayman Legends on the Wii U, that was, I think, the moment at which I realized, wow, Ubisoft credits sometimes can run for, 20 minutes at a time. We recently finished Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown as well, and that one at least had a bit of a fast forward through it, where you could kind of speed through the text. But we'll see. If the background starts looping around a lot too many familiar material, we'll definitely skip through, I think. Yeah, we're definitely looking forward to getting into Sparks of Hope at some point. I understand there is quite a bit of a change in the movement system in that game, and that it isn't grid-based at all. It's something a little more analog. I found that even with the Tacticam visualization, that sometimes ranges were a little bit difficult to spot in this game, and I was doing a lot of manual counting because sometimes ranges were a bit difficult to read in the interface. And in particular, you can't really get into the details of your own loadout, it seems, in terms of how you build your character when you're in battle. And sometimes I wasn't entirely clear on how some of the ranges, like with the healing effects, were calculated. Look at that, the voice credits for the Rabbids. Grant Kirkhope worked on this game. I was actually thinking while doing the overworld puzzle segments that one thing that would not have occurred to me when I originally played Mario plus Rabbids back in 2017, because the comparison didn't exist yet, was that the overworld block puzzles, in terms of the way they fit into the structure, remind me very much of Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, which It is a very pure 2D platformer, but similarly also just broke everything up with block puzzles set to the music of Grant Kirkhope, who of course also famously penned the DK rap, which does not appear in this game but will reappear, as we know, very soon in Donkey Kong Bonanza. Anyway, we're going into executive credits at this point, so maybe we're near the end. And also, as you can see from the selfies, that they're kind of progressing to the later parts of the story, perhaps. But yeah, quite a bit of integration of some of the Donkey Kong Country music into this, of course. But anyway, we'll just kind of watch the gates here in Babylon some more as thoughts appear to us. I wonder about the rabbit ears on a rabbit phone, by the way, if you look at that. I guess they give a bit of a boost to the antenna or something. Also, I guess if you're looking at the game itself, I don't think it's very often that Rabbid Peach takes all of her photos in landscape rather than portrait. Because, you know, she's kind of snapping selfies all over the place, so... This album technically shows a rather different side of her than we had previously seen. But yeah, I guess we're still here in the administration credits, and I guess we'll find out how long it runs. But we want to see all of the images as they come up anyway, as we get to the later temples. No big zone puzzle or temple puzzle you'll notice in Zone 4. And here we are, I think this is at the end. Which is too bad in a way, because I actually really enjoyed the water flow puzzle in Section 3. Some of the other ones were pretty trivial. You know, the music one, for instance, was really no obstacle at all. World 2. But yeah, let's continue past this point and see what it looks like post-game. Oh, what's this? That's interesting. Oh, yeah, you see this sort of Mario workshop in there. What is this? Someone receiving postcards, but who is this character? We don't know, but they receive postcards at the end and seem to enjoy them quite a bit. Anyway, that does it. So yeah, there is a what's next over here. 12 new battles to test your advanced tactical skills, and then there are some final trials after that. There's a similar flow to post-game challenges that I think was probably patched into the original game. And I never played through the Ultimate Challenge DLC in the original game, I think, because, again, we didn't pick up anything like the Season Pass until we picked it up for DK Adventure, so... Yeah, we're still missing 2 puzzle pieces. Again, in terms of pacing, I sort of expect we missed them in World 3, because we got 5 each in 2 of the other parts. But this is our completion right here. We'll duck in there to take a look, and Yeah, the challenge rabbits, rather than being toads, have bananas on their faces. Another rousing success. Had bananas restored, washing machine repaired, Rabbit Kong reformed. Something's bothering me, though. My sensors detect some residual corruption left behind by the Megabug's influence. And those rabbits with the banana hats woke up. Looks like they're seeking our attention. That is a wonderful costume. Come, the fight isn't over yet. New challenges await us if we want to get this over with. Not today, but maybe another day, since the systems are fundamentally pretty interesting. Let's take a look at our gallery, though, just to see what we've unlocked. Also, let's, first of all, take a look at our completion on the map over here. So yeah, perfect on each of these. I just want to show off our turn timers as well. Then on the reef, just these 4 parts here. In the jungle. Mighty jungle. And yeah, on occasion we had to have, in rare cases, some resets for the perfect. I think on 2 of those maps because of casualties. On this last one, because we missed a turn timer and had to get on the 3rd attempt, which was unusual for us. I guess we just had that one map that was the 1 turn clear. Apart from, of course, the, very first one, which I think hardly counts. But pretty satisfying to do it. Challenges, we have not done these yet, but there are 12 that are arranged this way. So yeah, we'll probably have to plug in weapon loadouts that are actually appropriate to this. So I'm looking forward to seeing how those are tuned. But let's take a look at the unlockables that we have in a gallery, and then we have an idea of how much remains to collect. So yeah, pretty close on these. I was assumed that, once you unlock the final puzzle pieces and get that door open, then you get the last bits here. So yeah, lots of artwork that we can see. Some of these pretty glorious. Jump, rabbits, jump. Look at that. You can take a look at this. This sort of matches the original Donkey Kong concept, of course. They're effectively replicating what Mario did in the DK arcade game, which is a nice touch. Okay, this is just music player. We're missing something that we'll see someday. As far as the model viewer goes, we got this. All these tropical forms. So yeah, just missing a little bit. But that's what we have. Alright, so next time, zone by zone, when we get back to this game, whether it's immediately or much later, it will be the challenge mode. Everybody's kind of waving their flags at me over there already in anticipation. For now, though, we're pretty happy to be finished with the core game of Donkey Kong Adventure. Really quite a treat to come back to this after so long away from the base game. And that was plenty of tactical richness and fun, as we were hoping. So we'll leave here. We'll see how soon we get back into this, or whether we'll divert to some the games and distractions first. But now, Thank you so much for watching and for joining us on this adventure. And until we meet again, have fun with everything that you are making, playing, or otherwise looking forward to. And as always, fare thee well.